Good morning, everyone. Welcome at the EVA Summit. I'm very happy to see you all in Vilnius. It's cold out there, but we'll make sure that you are warm here. We've already had many fascinating discussions on startups, on women's power, and I hope this day will all be committed to empower you and to learn a lot about women in agri-food. What can we expect, Maciek, today?
Well, Renata, today we will have lots of interesting elements of this conference. We will, of course, have panels with very distinguished guests. We will have Walk of Fame, a very unique format for ladies who will mentees of the EVA Empowerment for Women program, and they will be speaking about their journey, their legacy, and their plans. We will, of course, also have the keynote speakers. We will speak about them a little bit later. And last but not least, and I think it's a very important element of the whole summit, which is network, network, and network after we are done with all the plenary sessions.
Before I turn the stage to Maciej again and introduce him, I would like you to have a look at this ID card. It's not a regular ID card. It's something that we don't throw into the waste bin. It's reusable. You can plant it and actually have a wildflower made of this ID card. So keep it, and it's gonna be something that will remind you of the EVA Summit in Vilnius 2023. And now let me introduce Maciej, who is a co-founder of Startup Hub Poland, and also a chairman of the Committee of High Tech and Diversity at the Polish Chamber of Commerce, which is a very, very conservative institution.
Not, the institution is.
Yes, and Maciek was the one who made sure that the diversity is included in the works of the Polish Chamber of Commerce. So I think we should be very grateful to Maciek.
I will reciprocate. Probably all of you, like 100% of you, literally everybody knows Renata very well. But just for the formal note, Renata is a journalist for Polish Newsweek Weekly. She was working in a variety of great editing newsrooms, also in BBC World Service for the Polish office. And she's a huge supporter of the LGBTQ community in Poland, very brave and active. I think it's worthy to admire. And she's a genuine friend of agri-tech projects and female leadership in this sector. So, round of applause for Renata.
But this whole event will not be about us, either Maciek or myself. But
next year, maybe.
But about you, the brave women entrepreneurs. And when I was boasting to my friends that I am coming to Vilnius for this kind of conference, I had this impression that it's something that I have to learn, but then it struck me that it's all about being brave women, empowering women, being feminists, the values that are very close to my heart. So I'm very happy to be here, and Maciek.
Same here. I'm also very excited and also privileged to be one of few gents on the room. I know that the panels today about gender balance will also touch the topic of men leadership and how we can switch the roles and highlight the position of women in this agri-tech sector. I think after this conference, when you go all the way through, it will be super understandable why we need more ladies in our agri-food sector.
And why we need more men and
supporting women
exactly.
in this mission.
Yes.
Renata mentioned about the seeds inside of your badges. There is a group of people who are also close friends of our summit, and they don't have their badges, which are the great audience in the internet, because we are also streaming. And hello, I hope you are you have good connection with us, and you will be also enjoying, not here from Vilnius, but from your computers or smartphones, but you will be following all the summit with us. So without further ado,
Yes.
we mentioned panels, networking, keynotes, workshops, and talking to keynotes, we will have two extra super speakers at the beginning who will officially open the conference. They are two ladies who will be on the stage here exactly in front of you. The first one is a director of EIT Food Northeast. She's the director of one of the most important person for the whole summit. Please welcome with a super warm applause, Maria Lisa Maurice, welcoming her on the stage.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, well, well. I don't think I am the most important, not even close, because those who are most important are actually you who are there. So I actually really love to say very warm, well, kind of a morning, I think, still, for all the ladies and gentlemen, and of course, all the Evas, but also some Adams, I think, that are here. So this is really a fantastic moment once again, because obviously within EAT Food, we have been running this program already quite many years. And I think it only gets better, if possible. It means that there's actually even today here more and more also EVA alumni. So we have about 360 EVAs that have been already running this program like throughout the years. And therefore, that's also like really important to know that those who are joining us, today or in this program, this year's program, you are not the only ones. You are not alone. You are actually part of this EVA community within EAT Food, and we are really extremely happy and proud about that one. Now, you know that certainly that empowering women and indeed closing the gender gap in the agri-food system, we at the same time enhance the well-being of women and their households, their families, and we therefore also aim to reduce hunger, boost income, and strengthen resilience. I mean, this is really proven. This is not something that, is invented. It is that whenever women actually do go and engage themselves in the entrepreneurship, they at the same time actually really enhance the well-being of the whole society. And so this is obviously as well where we are gaining. Now, I know also that the EVAs that are part of this program, you come from very variety base of backgrounds, and you are absolutely fantastic. And I know that you are all doing fantastic work wherever you are. Now, a few words about EAT Food, because as said, EAT Food has been running this program for quite many years. We kind of want to really create more inclusive and trusted food system. So what does it mean actually, inclusive and trusted? Well, it actually really means that everybody is welcome into this area. Traditionally, there is actually a lot of women already in this area, and men, because often, if you only talk about farms, there's a lot of often it is gentlemen who actually are part of owning the farms, and then often their spouses are actually working behind the scenes. And what we would like to do is actually to bring them somewhere in front. Now, well, you are saying, well, if you have been running this program already for like so many years, what is there to invent more? What is there to actually bring on the stage more? Well, actually, the fact is that, we all live in the kind of ecosystem, right? And when we talk about agri-food sector, particularly, we are in the ecosystem. So what is very characteristic point of an ecosystem? It's balance. And our life as well is about balance. So what it means is that through, let's say, the EVA program now and also in the future, we also try to enhance the balance. And, if some Adams are indeed here today with us, it is not either by any kind of like just by chance. We are really trying to also make sure that when we are trying to enhance this EVA program, we also at the same time really get the support and involvement of the men. So this is by no means some kind of like silo program which is only focusing on women's needs. No, it is actually really enhancing the whole community and the whole ecosystem when we talk about food. So just few examples of those balance, let's say, that we are looking, where are we looking for balance then? Well, work and life balance, surely, but I'm not going to talk about that one. You know, there's also like other things that are extremely important. One of those balances that we need and we need to look for is actually balance that is related to human and technology. Now, we all kind of know that, okay, we need tech and we love tech because we love food tech, we love agri-tech, it is really important. But then at the same time, you know, we need to also keep the human aspect there so that, you know, we are not tech driven, even though we absolutely want to integrate in technology. And what is fantastic is that, you know, if you take younger generation and even, you know, nowadays, there's a lot of also ladies in the agri-tech and in the food tech. Food tech, anyway, you know, traditionally has been very much related to women. But that's where we need a lot more balance there as well. But also like which is driving? Is it tech? It is the human side and how actually we can put it in the best way forward. Then there's also something of important is that, of course, we are now in Vilnius. You know that in Europe we have regions that are much more, let's say, stronger in innovation, or at least, you know, this is what the statistics may look like. Now, today, you know, when we look at the Central and Eastern Europe, for example, we know that we need to enhance, once again, also innovation and creation of innovation in that area, in opposed to, let's say that if we compare it to maybe to Western part of Europe. And I think that that's also a fantastic way to seeing that, you know, we are part of that work that we need to do. We need to actually enhance the creation of innovation, but by understanding the regional differences. And that's also how we are going to create those balanced effect. Then maybe one more thing I think that is hugely important is that when you think about sustainability and economics, I mean, are they like somehow not compatible or are they compatible? And that's also where we need to kind of look for the balance. And all of these elements are really important. We kind of like also see that when we talk about sustainability, often it is seen as kind of like female, let's say, or very more soft way of looking at the world, and we kind of hope as well that, you know, the solutions that will be provided for the future in relation to sustainability are often driven by women, by the way. But then at the same time, we need to think about the economics. And so once again, it's about balance. It is not that men only take care of the economics and women about the sustainability. It is actually that we need to have the proper balance there. And then maybe one of the last points is that, you know, unfortunately, we are in this crisis period, and you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, all of us need to do. One of the things that has been put a lot focus on is food security. And so when we really talk about like food security, and then the question is also at the same time that, well, we need actually more food, because we need more food for now, but we need it also in the future. So how can we create balance between these two things? And I would say that, you know, when we talk about science and women in science, when related to agri-food sector, that's also something where we absolutely need to create balance and drive this change. New ways of producing, new ways of consuming food. So once again, we need all of us. You know, we cannot really do this by one group only. We really need those Evas, those Adams that are here today even. And also when you are going back home, you know, I would really like to throw you the ball that, you know, make this kind of like a dynamics, this very positive energy going forward, and make it happen also in your regions. Challenge your decision makers, policy makers, and when you are going there, you know, to basically support your efforts locally, regionally, and obviously in the country-wise. So, well, I suppose balance is about future, and we are going to create that future. And with these last words, I wish you a fantastic conference and summit today. So looking forward to exchanging with you throughout the day. And Maciek, are you going to take over or? Yes, fantastic. So, thank you very much.
Maria Luisa Maurice, again, the director of EIT Food Northeast. Thank you very much. I made some notes. Science, economics, social endeavor, sustainability, and circularity. These are 5 things that Maria Lisa mentioned as the most important elements of the balance that we are looking for the future of our sector, for agri-food sector. Right now, after these notes, I want to invite to the stage the director of Agrifood Lithuania, D, which is Digital Innovation Hub and Cluster. Her name is Kristina Shermuksnite Aleshnine. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, fantastic, fantastic.
You said the pronunciation was well, but now when there are lots of emotions, I think I might
It's
continue.
very well, it's fantastic. And you know, every time I go to any of the conferences, it starts with the laugh all the time with my last name. So I guess it's a very good,
beautiful.
thank you. It's a good, conversation starter to
is
learn my
correct.
last name. But you did fantastic job. As I said, you are local already.
Thank you very much. I feel Vilnius.
So, first of all, I would like to start that it is a huge honor to see so many ladies joining us today, and gentlemen, of course, but ladies from all over Europe joining us today in snowy Vilnius. Agrifood Lithuania has become EIT Food Hub in 2021, so it's not that much of the time ago. But what I can really say, it is not only a big honor to be the part of the EIT food community, we already feel that we are creating value together through different programs, through different encouragements. EVA program has started in Lithuania also 2 years ago. Actually, it would have been 3rd year this year. We have had smaller EVA program, but through those years, what I have been noticing that women becoming more and more empowered and more encouraged in Lithuania to join agri-food sector with their ideas. Just before I'm gonna go deep dive into agri-food sector, Maria Lisa has been mentioning so many good points already. But just let's imagine, let's go a little bit back. In 1976, just imagine, in Europe, there were still a country where women couldn't vote. Can you imagine? So when I get asked, how is it important to talk about the gender equality, gender balance? It is very, very important because quite recently, I would say, it was still, for me, unimaginable things. But we have been experiencing technology development in last year, a couple of years ago, so fast, and I think it's the same with the topic about the gender balance and gender equality. I'm very proud that almost in every conference, every discussions, we can now proudly and openly talk on how can we empower. I really like to underline that we are not talking that somebody is smarter or prettier or somebody does the job better. No, we are talking about the collaboration and under which we can create bigger value. I'm always about the value. You're going to be hearing from me so much this word because this is what I believe really. If you are doing anything in the sector, what's the point? The point is to create the value for the community. And this is also, I get asked a lot, Kristina, why do you strive for the community values? Why do you need that? And my answer is very simple. If everyone is feeling good, if ecosystem is being created on very strong foundation, so by the end of the day, it is going to be good not only for the separate countries, member states, it will bring a higher value for the EU overall. And recently, COVID-19 times, and of course the war in Ukraine, the invasion of Russia to Ukraine has showed we need to address those issues. We don't know when the next crisis hit. And when we talk about the crisis, we need to have all the shoulders together, all the powers working together. So there I see that we really need to work together and collaborate and have this gender balance in every step, overcoming the crisis, working together and creating the value. So collaboration, working together, it's the main thing. About, I really liked the way Maria Lisa said, sometimes I hear also from women, so what's there to innovate? Everything is done already, or many things are done. No, it's not true. Innovation, it's not only about creating totally new things. Innovation is about everything. You can innovate on services, you can innovate on products, but let's step into the agri-food sector. Let me remind you, this is the least digitalized sector in the world and the most conservative. What it means? It means there are huge, huge opportunities, and we are living in that, to innovate in agri-food sector. It's proved by scientists that agri-food sector actually has the biggest potential in transformation. So just listen, ladies, right? The biggest potential in transformation. So you are so in the right time, at the right place. So you just need to step forward. Another thing, what I hear a lot is, well, I don't feel good, or it is very hard to decide what I want to do, or where to go, or maybe my idea is too crazy, or not enough. I always say, start from the simple step. Find the organizer of ever program in your country. Very easy. Each member state probably has it. Not very sure, but probably it is. And just go to the organizer, just for the cup of coffee, cup of tea, and just talk. What you want to do, what you would like to create. You'll see that people are really willing to help you in this journey. The next step would be just think about the idea. All you need is idea. I have fantastic EVA alumnus who came just with the simple idea in her mind. And today, some of you were receiving the gift. I don't know, Paulina, are you here in the audience? Yeah, Paulina, let's give applause to her. So Paulina came to our EVA program just with a simple idea. She left EVA program with the idea put on the paper. Can you imagine that? Just written on the paper. That was it. Now it has been a year and a half, and Paulina was distributing her real product, which is in the market, and they are selling it. So so there you go. If Paulina can do it, everyone can do it, you know? It's yeah, and today, if whoever is on site here, please come up to her, talk if you need some advice or you need to hear her experience. I think she really has what to say. So that was the case. Another case, I have today also another lady who was distributing to others the gifts of honey. You probably have received. Rasa, are you here? Rasa? Oh, okay, let's So, Rasa is also our alumni, and Rasa came with the idea to make sustainable products for the cosmetics from beeswax. Yeah, but what's very unique about this lady, she's the only, probably the only in Lithuania and Latvia, that's for sure. We don't know about Estonia, but let's say she's the only sommelier for honey. So her products, she keeps working in the farm with the bees, beehives, and she inherited this farm. She's working together with her fathers. And today you got the chance also to receive the gifts from her farm, and she continues to develop her ideas and products. So these are and I think it's not the talk, not the speech. These are the real stories that you can turn to and see that it really works. Because everything what's written in paper, oh, we've done this or that, it's not that easy, you know, to grasp or to see. But when you get a chance to talk with real people who were participating, who saw the value, and they keep working on their ideas, I think it is huge. So today, don't miss a chance to talk with those ladies, and maybe you'll get also some ideas that you can apply. Of course, you'll be listening today furthermore in the program from other participants from other countries of EVA. But I'm very proud to have EVA alumnus already in Lithuania also. And now, just in a short way, about innovations in agri-food sector. So when we talk about sustainable agri-food sector, when we talk about big potential in agri-food sector, we always talk on 3 levels. So first level would be environmental level, which is very important to innovate through technology, through new services, through new products to fight the climate change. The second level, of course, is economic vitality. And I see huge, huge, huge potential for women here to step in. I'm going to tell you why. This is not my statistics, not my research, but it is officially researched that in order to revive regions, and you probably all know that in European Union, we have a huge problem of depopulation, empty regions, and now lots of programs, lots of funding being turned into reviving the regions. And there is official research which says that in order to revive regions, we need to bring back youth and women. Now, I got asked, when I say this fact, I got asked, why? What do you think, why this research shows that way? And for me, it was so easy to answer. Women in nature, it's in our blood to create ecosystems. We create families. So what regions need, what rural areas need? Strong communities. And you are the leaders who can create such communities. Okay, so let's not talk that much more. Let's look into the screen for my ending of the speech. Okay, let me introduce. This is the donkey with the name Art. And he arrived into the stables. Horses were living in the stables for 15 years, around 15 years. He arrived to the stables, and in 2 months happened this. Okay, one morning we arrived to the stables, and not only donkey was free, all the horses were free. Okay, so now ladies, innovator or innovation is not only creating something totally new, it's about also using the ecosystem or using existing tools in new ways. So welcome and have a nice conference.
Thank you very much, Christina, for infusing us with your energy and the sense of community and the sense that we are a part of something bigger, which is EVA program. And now let me introduce another keynote speech. It will be Agnieszka Wojder, Policy Officer, European Commission DG GROW. She will join us online. Agnieszka?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see that you can hear me well, and I hope you can also see me. First, let me say that I really, really regret that I'm not here with you today. I can feel through my screen the energy, the wonderful energy coming from the speakers and the room, and I wish I was there with you today, not only to deliver my speech, but also to network, to discuss all these important issues for your sector. I think we are living through extraordinary and fast-changing times. So we face challenges related to climate change, the slowdown of our economy, and various geopolitical risks that Christina actually highlighted just before me. And this risk, I'm sure you can feel quite well also in the eastern part of Europe where you live. So now more than ever, we have to invest in solutions dealing with these challenges. And the agri-food sector, as it was already said, has a big potential to address many of these burning challenges, such as climate, environment, health, sustainability, and social issues, including also in rural areas. And diversity plays an important role in addressing these issues. And when I talk about diversity, I talk about gender, of course, but also diversity in cultural backgrounds, in ethnicity, in education, and many more. And it has been actually proven that organizations with inclusive cultures are 6 times more innovative and agile than those with less diversity. And they are also 8 times more likely to achieve better business results and have a higher probability of startup success. We also know, and we heard that already, that women-led companies have higher environmental, social, and governance scores compared to other companies. And diversity is also necessary to drive innovation in the agri-food sector, and you are a great example of this. And what is true for companies is also true for those who provide finance to companies. We know that this is an important problem for many of you. You need finance to start your business and to grow it. So we see, for instance, there have been some interesting studies done that, for instance, in venture capital, so the capital that is needed to grow innovative companies. So in venture capital firms, the firms that have more women in senior management, they significantly outperform male-only teams. They actually have an additional 21% of return. So they're the financial impacts. But the impact of diversity is broader than financial performance. As we have also heard, women are more prone to invest in sustainable and social areas and want to make a positive change in the society. Women, when invest, they also look at the long-term horizon and not just for quick financial gains. There have been also very interesting studies about banks. So, for instance, banks that have more women on their boards, they provide more credit to greener companies. So banks that have more women on boards, they also lend less money to companies that are polluting. So these are very interesting findings. But despite all this evidence, women founders, women entrepreneurs, they still face problems when accessing finance they need. And also women who want to start their funds to invest, they also face problems raising money. The latest report from Atomico, it's a report that very nicely shows the European startup ecosystem. The report shows that in 2022, all women funding teams, so companies that are managed only by women, they raised only 3% of all money in Europe. And mixed teams, so we have men and women, they raised 15%. So 82% of all money raised in Europe this year went to companies with men only in the management. This is a slight improvement compared to last year, but it's not good enough. And there are many reasons behind women getting less money than men. So for instance, women often ask they ask actually less often for money. They sometimes think that they can fund their companies with their own money, or they ask for their families. If they go and ask for bank loans, for instance, they ask for smaller amounts than men. There are also many biases in the investment decision making. So, for instance, there have been some interesting experiments where a woman and a man said exactly the same pitch to an investor, exactly the same content, but the pitch that was delivered by a man was scored higher than the one delivered by a woman. There is also differences in questions. When women pitch, they have question asked. The question they have asked are very negative. For instance, what will you do if there is a problem? While men, they often get asked a very forward-looking questions like, what is your projections for next year? So these are just some examples, but they are very important problems impeding the access to finance for women. And one of the key ingredients that we identified for increasing investment in women entrepreneurs is actually having more women among the financiers, about those who write the checks, amongst those who provide finance. So there was a recent report from European Women in Venture Capital that said that only 16% of general partners in venture capital are female. So 16% of those who decide about money in venture capital. In terms of the money that they actually have to invest, it's even less because they only have 9% of the total assets under management. So we in the European Commission, we made a commitment to change the situation. And gender features very prominently in our program, investment program, which is called InvestEU. The InvestEU program provides financing to entrepreneurs like you, both debt type of financing, so bank loans, and also equity type of financing. So under this program, we made a commitment that at least 25% of equity intermediaries that we support, so the venture capital funds, the private equity funds, at least 25% of them have to be gender diverse. So they have to be women in the management and women taking decisions about investments. And actually, first results that we see that this target has already been exceeded. We have more than 30% of such funds. And I was actually a few weeks ago in Luxembourg at an event for women investors. It gathered more than 150 women who invest or want to invest in many different sectors, in sectors such as deep tech, in digital, in energy, but also many interested in investing in companies, innovative companies, in agri-food. That was interesting to see. So what we have done under this InvestEU program means that there'll be more money available for women-led companies, because we know that gender diverse funds are more likely, 2 to 3 times more likely to invest in women-led companies. So there should be an effect, a trickle-down effect to the companies. Under InvestEU, we will also provide training to banks so they can better serve women and create and adapt their lending programs to their female clients. But looking at the data that we have, I'm convinced that we still have to do much more. So in the past, we built a network of women entrepreneurs. Maybe some of you were members of this network. It was called WeGate. It provides a platform to share good practice, to learn from each other. Now this project is finished, but we will start a new network for women investors. So we want to gather women investors to help them strengthen the connections, to facilitate learning, networking. We want to also organize matchmaking between women investors and female-led companies. So I hope you can also be part of this initiative when it starts next year. And these actions complement many other projects, EU projects, that showcase and support female talent. So we have, for instance, Women Tech EU, we have the EIC Women Leadership Program, we have the EU Prize for Women Innovators, and many more. And these actions give women startup founders access to business advice, to training, to mentoring, but also showcase female role models. So all these actions that I highlighted, they form part of a broad Commission initiative that is called the Gender Equality Strategy for 2020-2025. This strategy is very broad and it focuses on many areas of life. So it also aims at increasing women's participation in the labor market and the different sectors of the economy, as well as closing the gender pay gap. And here, maybe you have heard a few weeks ago, there was an American lady, Claudia Goldin. She received a Nobel Prize, economic Nobel Prize, for her research on the gender pay gap. She spent almost her entire career looking at the factors that led to the fact that women are getting paid less than men. And actually, she saw that this is influenced by many social, political, and technological changes in the last centuries. But one of the main reasons for this pay gap that she found is actually that women are getting paid less because they have children, because they choose to work fewer hours to take care of their families, because they choose some less demanding occupations to take care of their families. So that also shows that we can try to solve the access to finance problems, all these big problems, but there are many obstacles still at the more fundamental level, such as making sure that there's available childcare, that there's social care, there's household services. This is something that the Commission and Member States are working on as well. We also have to equip women and girls, because this is something we have to do at very early age, with relevant skills, and that includes entrepreneurship, technical skills, as well as digital skills. As it was mentioned before, digital skills are very important for your industry as well. And this is something that the Commission is supporting too. We have a series of events where we go to different countries to talk to women and girls, but there are also national initiatives, and I heard about one in Lithuania that already reached thousands of kids, basically telling them about entrepreneurship, about the things that they can do in life. So as you might hear, there are still many challenges to achieve the diversity we need. But I am somehow optimistic, because I see really at the EU level, but also in many countries, the momentum that is created now around gender diversity. And I think this is really the moment to act. And you also are a great example of that, and your conference will contribute also to the discussion. And as one of the speakers said, just go and talk about these issues, because I can assure you that sometimes men, they don't even realize that there is a problem. So I think the first step is going around and talking about the issue, and that will also help to change the mindset of many people. So I wish you a great day today. I hope you have a lot of inspiring discussions, and just rest assured that the Commission is doing a lot as well from Brussels. Maybe sometimes it's far for you to see, but there's a lot of efforts to drive greater gender diversity. With this, thank you very much, and I wish you a great day.
Big thank you to Agnieszka Wojder, and for the very important information she gave us, and the feeling that the European Commission supports what we do here. And now it's time for the main panel discussion. It's balance for the future, how to achieve balance in the agri-food sector. Let me introduce our panelists. The first one is Magdalena Gryszko-Santo. Please come to the stage. Magdalena is the Innovation Officer and Gender Equality Lead at EIT.
Thank you, everyone.
She used to work at UNDP, European Institute for Gender Equality. She has extensive experience in gender mainstreaming.
Thank you.
Take your
Thank
seat,
you very much,
Agnieszka.
Renata. It's great to be here.
The next panelist is Miro Hegedic. He's a co-founder of Smion and the Startup Drill, Lean Startup Educational Program. He's a coordinator of the EIT Manufacturing Hub Croatia. He has been working with different teams in the process of implementing lean startup principles in their projects, and he has worked in Europe and Southeast Asia. Ivan Stefanic will join us online. Ivan is a business development and technology transfer specialist with more than 30 years of experience in research and business. Ivan is also a full professor in the field of economics and entrepreneurship in agribusiness. He's passionate about deep tech and disruptive innovations, gamification of learning experiences, mentoring students and young entrepreneurs. Ivan is with us online. And let me introduce Olga Trofimtseva, who is an Ukrainian politician, businesswoman, PhD in agricultura policies at Humboldt University in Berlin. Olga has a long track of in agri-food sector in Germany. She has worked there for 13 years. And then in the year of 2016, she came back to Ukraine, where she worked as I'm sorry. There are so many things I should tell about you. She worked at the Ministry of Agricultural Policy and Food of Ukraine. And from February till this September 2019, she was an acting Minister of Agricultural Policy and Food of Ukraine. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. We are living in the world of many problems, many conflicts, many disruptive things that need to be balanced. And this is why we will be talking about why food system need balance and what does it really mean. And this first question will go to Miro. Why do we need balance in general and then in agri-food systems?
Yeah, so I would like first to start with one thing regarding the balance in connected to gender balance. So we often have this feeling that if we are talking about balance, then there should be something less, like less men and more women. But it's not about that. We heard from Agnieszka in her keynote speech that gender balance team have higher innovation capacity. So what does it mean? McKinsey did a study just several years ago, and they found out that gender balance team, so teams that have more women in executive roles, have bigger, it's significantly bigger, it's 47% more return on investment or return on equity. So it means that women in executive roles, they will create more value. So we have more women in executive roles. So it means that the pie will go larger. So we don't go for having less men in this kind of balanced community, but to invite more women to participate, because in this way we'll create more value. That's why I think just for the beginning that when we are talking first of all, for a balance, a gender balance, that we need to have more women so we can create more value in our societies. And with this creation of more value will lead to prosperity. So that's just for the very beginning, and then I will later also mention something about technologies, just not to talk too much at the beginning.
I saw Magdalena was smiling at you when you were talking
Because
about
it's great to hear, to have a man in a panel talking about gender equality and the role of women. We very much need it. So thank you, Mira.
Yes, so the next question will go to you because you are an innovation officer and gender equality lead. And I would like to ask you whether you have observed the impact of women in shaping innovations ecosystems in Europe.
Absolutely. So the way the EIT community is Europe's largest innovation community, and this unique way that we drive innovation is through connecting to business, research, and higher education institutions. So what we do is we power the way from idea to product, from lab to market, from student to entrepreneur. And when doing this, for almost 15 years already, we have observed this huge untapped talent pool in Europe. And this pool, the name of the pool is women. So women are by far Europe's largest untapped innovation and entrepreneurial potential. And we really cannot move forward in any sustainable way. We just don't really have a future without diving into this pool. And I mean, that's why as the EIT community, we have multiplied projects like EVA, directed towards women to empower women, but we are also fixing the systems. So it's not enough to empower women, because when the systems are sick, we also need to fix the system. And I would say it's especially so when we are talking about agri-food, because as Christina said today in her great opening speech, agri-food has this amazing potential, and it's interlinked with all key challenges we are facing. Name it climate, name it energy, name it health. The list is endless, and it's also in the heart of the solution. So we really cannot fix anything, basically, without working on agri-food. So I believe we really need to drastically rethink our relation with food on a systemic level. And one of the key ways to do it is to transform the position of women in agri-food, the role of women in agri-food. Because women in a major way participating as a workforce. They are obviously the key decision makers when it comes to household, as still the people who are in Europe having the most of caring roles, household responsibilities, hence also the food responsibilities at home. But at the same time, there is this vast gap in decision making, in ownership, in agri-food innovation. So we are basically cutting out the perspective of more than half of a population. So what I believe we have to do, we have to get more women in decision making, in ownership, and these benefits are flying. And we have already heard today a lot about these benefits from previous speakers. Just to summarize, we are talking about business case, we are talking about innovation case, we are talking about sustainability case. So business case, Miro, you were already talking about it, so I won't be repeating. Multiply reports, just to mention also EIT community reports like Supernovas, saying that scale-ups led by women grow 1.2 times faster. Or EIT Digital Women in Venture Capital 2023. Again, a skyrocketing business case for just having more women. For me, even more interesting are the two other aspects, innovation case and sustainability case. Because indeed, there are, again, multiply researches, and that's what we observe very much at the EIT community. When we have more women in the teams, when we have diverse decision-making teams, the innovation capacity is skyrocketing. And this is also observed on a country level. We are just a few steps from European Institute for Gender Equality. So the Gender Equality Index shows, and there is this very interesting correlation between Gender Equality Index of EIGE and European Union Innovation Scoreboard. So the higher the country is on Gender Equality Index, the higher it is on the European Union Innovation Scoreboard. So I think this is something we really have to keep in mind. And then, you know, I could talk about this multiply example of great women innovators bringing a change. And we are here today in this region and in Lithuania. So let me just mention Giedrė Kasčiūnaitė, who invented this plant-based meat, or Magdalena Kozłowska with napiferin, and this food-grade protein from seed oil, so-called waste, and definitely last but not least Solveiga Pakštaitė with her Mimica. And when I'm thinking about Mimica, I am really blown away, because this innovation has the potential to really drastically cut the food waste. Because I don't know how much you are aware that we are going to the shop and we are shopping and we have all these lovely expiry dates. And in most cases, they are not relevant. So we are throwing away food that is still good. And exactly what Solveiga did, she invented this bio-relevant spoiler food detector, who is basically showing us and giving back the power to the consumer to do it. Is this food still eatable or not? And this also brings me to this third aspect, to the sustainability aspect, because this is again the way that women think. And so they are, you know, it was recently I was taking part in the discussion with some high-level decision makers in innovation when it comes to these male-dominated sectors like raw materials, energy, and they are usually saying, oh, it's difficult to get more women, we would like to, but they are somehow, you know, not there. There are obviously multiple challenges behind, but then they are talking about solutions, and I heard recently from them, so sometimes we just change the narrative in the way we are talking about innovation programs. And we are changing just the keywords. We are putting the flashlight on different words. And I asked, so what are the different words you are putting the flash on? And they said, well, like sustainability, green, inclusive, and then we have more women coming. And this is so telling. Sustainability, inclusive, green, and we have more women coming. And this is also the way how women innovate. So if we want to have this radical, disruptive innovation that is the only way to give answers to today's challenges, if we want to have sustainable, inclusive, green innovation, we cannot do it without having more women.
Thank you, Magdalena. And Ivan Stefanic is with us online. And as a program manager in the European Innovation Council, you have insights into how European companies approach the balance between making profits and ensuring sustainability in the agri-food sector. Can you provide us with examples of innovative solutions that strike a balance between economic viability and environmental impact? Ivan.
Thank you. Dear summit participants, greetings from Brussels, and what to tell. It is great pleasure to be with you and share some insights in programs we administrate at European Innovation Council. Yes, we have only 3 big programs along the innovation development path. With us, everything starts with Pathfinder, low TRL level, for research institutions and grants only. You graduate from Pathfinder, you are admitted to transition, you work on commercialization, you graduate, and then suddenly, game-changing moment, you are not anymore research institution, you are now SME, single applicant, and you apply for accelerator support. To make miracle happen, to commercialize deep tech with disruptive capacity on the market, you have to be equipped with adequate financing. So we develop a model of blended financing where you can get grant and equity investment. This is because, yes, radical innovations at the beginning are far from the market, so you need to finalize them to definitely explore all important aspects to make them sustainable, not harmful in the long run, ready and competitive. But then when all research is done, you still have, you need significant amounts of money to scale up fast and grow. So blended financing model is important to overcome this gap, conflict, profit versus environmental. And then I can reassure you, our programs are really designed having in mind holistic approach and life cycle approach. So we do whatever we can to de-risk your endeavors and definitely explore all detrimental effects on other subsystems or our consumers as well. In doing so, yeah, balances are a big word in our everyday's work. But before going to gender balances, there are some other balances important at EIC. We administered our programs at member states applicants and associated country applicants. For us, regional balances are important, meaning we would like to see EU space and associated country develop uniformly. Doesn't matter we are in deep tech, we would like to see those researchers all around. Then we have to pay attention to sectoral balances. At the beginning, health was really strong with us, but now having a team of 10 program managers, we see more balanced development in different sectors. And then, most importantly, we have balance between open and challenge calls. Open calls with us are, you simply apply whatever is suitable for our program, and then in challenge calls, you apply to help us solve the problems which are really burning issues in European Union. So those are challenge calls. And we pay attention to balance between open and challenge calls as well. And then gender balances. Yeah, there are two cases there. Domain where we can do, and we do a lot on gender balances, and domains where we can't do that much. Let me explain first. We have a lot of remote evaluators, jury members, experts, EIC ambassadors, board members, and we pay attention to gender balances, and we are doing there just well. Even in our unit, program managers unit, we have quite decent gender balance. 4 of our PMs are women. And then in the other domain, that would depend on applications we receive. We cannot force just anyone to apply. And I would like to use this opportunity to inspire you to apply to our programs. This is the only and most important action we could take, receive more applications. Because we know once when projects led by women researchers and entrepreneurs are granted, they perform more or less similarly like projects run by men. So please reach out, check our webpage. Our work program 24 is soon to be released, and find something for you in EIC.
Thank you very much, Ivan.
I'm sorry, can I just ask Ivan one question? Because Ivan, you said about this application challenge that you cannot really do much if women are not applying, so you are missing applications from women. But I would dare to say part of the responsibility is on you. So what do you do to attract more women to apply? Because clearly there is huge gender bias. And these are starting at early stage education and so on. So we have the responsibility to make efforts to attract more women. And you can do it in various ways. You can have a marketing campaign, advertisement campaign that are directly going to women. I am talking to people and they say, you know, I had had this conversation between a person from energy sector, person from another sector, also male-dominated, and this person from this male-dominated sector said more or less the same what you just said. And the response was, well, you know, move and have an active scouting, and really at the scouting phase, actively search for women. And then make sure that the whole environment is really supportive towards women. So yeah, look a little bit what efforts you are making to attract women to your programs.
Oh, thank you so much for this question. And actually, I think my participation in this panel and event is called Women in Agri-Food Summit 23 confirms that we do actually something special. We do extra mile to inspire, motivate, and educate women-led consortia or applications. But in addition to that, we have also very special instruments to foster women initiatives. We have Women Tech EU, we have Women Leadership Program, EU Women Innovators Prize. We are running together with EIT. So they are very special programs, and we really do pay extra attention to that moment.
Thank you very much, Ivan. If at any point you feel like you want to ask a question or comment on anything that's being said here on the panel, please let us know and we'll give you a mic, okay? So Olga Trofimtseva has a unique experience and insights from the agri-food sector in Ukraine. And this is why I would like to ask you what lessons have been learned in terms of balancing the impact on conflict on agriculture.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Thank you for a question. First of all, thank you for having me here, and thanks to organizers for such a great event here, Agrifood Lithuania, AIT. It's not a conflict. It's a full-scale war, and that's why our first lesson, and I think girls from Ukraine can confirm it, it's the balance between life and death, and that's a harsh thing to say right now here in Vilnius, in somewhere in European country, and I wouldn't believe it also before February 24 of last year that we would experience something like that. But okay. You know, life is going on, and I'd like to ask maybe the question, how many of you have been to Ukraine in general? Raise your hand, please. Okay, there are some people. And how many of you, or maybe somebody of you has been to Ukraine now during the war? Wow, okay, a couple of people.
I was on the border.
Okay, on the border. So, it's a little bit complicated for me always, you know, to explain how the things are right now in Ukraine and how we're living there, working there in agri-food and trying keeping the balances because when you are thinking about war, you can imagine what the mass of destruction and mass of death we see and experience every day. But on the other hand, I like to start also with a figure that 300 applications during the war, full-scale war, were sent to the EVA contest from the girls and women around Ukraine, from all the regions, you know, not only from the Western Ukraine, let's say, yeah, but from the very border regions with Russia. And that's also about that kind of balance when you know, on the one hand, I must say that this war, as it already was mentioned by keynote speakers, it was something unimaginable, and it's really maybe a worst thing that a human being can experience in his life, but in her life, in his life. But on the other hand, and this is a cynical sort of thing to say, but I think it made all of us, also the European Union, to think about the food security issues, to think about the many kind of balances like sustainability versus efficiency and effectiveness, like development growth versus resilience. And this is also one of the great examples of the balances in Ukraine right now, because, and by the way of the role of the girls and women, you can imagine again, because of war, a lot of Ukrainian men right now at the front line, among many of them, 10,000 are already dead, unfortunately. Many of them injured, coming back then with all these injuries, traumatic experiences. We are trying to somehow to be again engaged in a normal everyday life, etc. And during all that time, Ukraine is still, and Ukrainian agri-food sector is still working. That means that at least in a small scale enterprises, at least in a family farms, you can imagine that exactly the women and girls who took all these tasks, who took all these huge responsibilities and challenges to keep going everyday business, to develop its business, and to even not only to like to keep it up on at the everyday level, but to grow and to innovate. Why is that? It's another kind of the balance, because to survive right now in Ukraine, you cannot be at the same level like it was before the full-scale Russian invasion. You have to look for new opportunities. I will name you one example, maybe the general one. The domestic market of Ukraine right now is very weak. Again, you can imagine, because of war, the people are getting poor. In many regions, there are problems with their food accessibility, by the way. This again, food security in 21st century, okay, in the middle of Europe. But on the other hand, there are businesses who are still working, who are still producing like also high-tech products, I don't know, from vegetables, whatever, snacks, healthy food, superfood. But the realization that the domestic market is, as I said, quite weak. So we are looking for exports. We are looking for the new markets. We are looking for the new partners. And it's again this balance between surviving and keeping up with everyday challenges because of a rocket attacks, because of the artillery shoots every day in some regions of Ukraine from Russian side. But on the other hand, you are trying to develop yourself, you are trying to grow, you're looking for new opportunities, and you are trying to bring some new ideas, thanks to such partners, by the way, like EVA and EIT. And that's why I'd also like to mention a couple of other points here. It was already mentioned, we should look at the whole chain, starting up with education, because as you rightly said, it's starting up in school. STEM professions are somehow not in a picture for girls very often, like, and ending up with R&D, ending up with marketing and all kind of the activities which are not the production per se, because again, agriculture, it's really right now not about the growing wheat, as I'm always saying. It's a much broader sector. It's about the medicine, it's about energy, environment, and all that kind of things. And so we should look at the whole chain here. I was also glad to hear about the many programs which are available here in European Union. And I think for Ukrainian girls and women in agri-food, the best thing now what could be done is to make them eligible for all that programs. Yes. There is possible to involve them, to give them these opportunities, not only financial ones, but just to give them that feeling, I would say, that we belonging here, that we are the part of the European Union family. And we are hoping for the opening the negotiations to access the European Union in some, I would say, I'm a realistic optimist, so I would say in a middle-term perspective, because it's also very challenging and very complicated way. We know that. We are very well aware of it. But nevertheless, we should already be here, like, present there. It's only possible. And yes. For women, again, it's more simple right now because of this harsh reality of war. I would stop here and continue
we'll
later.
We'll get back to you, Olga. Miro Hegedij, as an engineer, was supposed to talk about the human-tech balance. And before I go to specific questions, I want to ask you a yes or no question, just one. Do you believe that balance between technology and human-centric approaches is necessary for the success of startups?
Yeah, the right answer is yes.
Thank you. So,
I
how
know
do you see the balance between human touch and high-tech solutions in shaping the future of agriculture and food production?
So yeah, what we have seen, especially in Croatia. Croatia is part of this called RIS countries. So it means we are modest and moderate innovators, and there are some other countries which are in this position as well. So I think first of all there is a difference, as Ivan also mentioned, regionally between how innovation is perceived and done. One of the reasons for that is because the starting point is different. So, for example, if we take a look at Croatian farms and those small farms and farming agriculture, it plays significant role, but it's totally different than the farming, the way how the agriculture is performed in, for example, Western countries such as Austria or Germany. So, from that perspective, we have to have approach to technology in a different way. Also, Maria Lisa that mentioned in her opening speech, diversity, age diversity. So, for example, there is a fact in Croatia that only 10% of farm owners are less than 40 years old. So it means that 90% are 40 and more years old. So imagine digital literacy among these people. So when talking about technology implementation of technology, we have to take this into consideration. And there is also this gender balance in technology. So in our EVA program, we had, I will just give some examples of technology which is being developed in Croatia. So we had Ivana Rendolic, she's a PhD in Agrifood science, and she was developing her startup, and is still developing her startup. She's using drones to scan different agricultural area for optimization. It can go for vineyards, but also the latest example was production of potatoes. So it means that using technology, they can improve the productivity and effectiveness of producing potatoes, which will add some additional value to the market. But what is important that she can implement this technology with the people who could use it. So before we start implementing a technology, I think we have to go in the direction of education. This is, I know, also from the manufacturing perspective. If people do not understand what technology can do, they won't use it. And it's not just about implementing deep tech technology such as artificial intelligence or drone technology, robotics, but it is also innovating in bioscience. So we had last year in our program, Manuela Panic. She's a PhD in bioscience, and they were developing green solvents. So it's totally different way how they approach the innovation in agri-food. And then the last one is this social way of innovation. And we had one participant in the program, Petra Milinaric. She's doing different kind of innovation, not using technology, but innovating in the sense of how products are reaching the market. So she decided to move from the city to the small community, and now she helps this community to bring their products to the bigger market in bigger cities by using online shopping. So this is different ways how technology is being used to foster innovation. And now the human touch. So you can have all this technology, and it's very popular nowadays, artificial intelligence, robotics, and everything. But at the end, it should be that this technology is solving real problems. And in that perspective, you have to have human touch. So it means there is always a person, there is always someone who has to have a job that has to be done. And then when you're trying, first of all, to develop this technology, you will go to the farmer, you will talk to the farmer to see how he's performing his daily activities. And in the next step, you will try to help him with your knowledge, which is maybe deeply background in some kind of deep tech. And you will implement this technology to solve his problem. So first of all, you have to know how to talk to this customer. And later on, also, this person is going to use this technology. So the technology has to be at a level of usability, so everyone who needs to use this technology can use it. So I think there is this balance between technology and
I have
human.
just one short question. Soft skills like creativity and maybe empathy are always attributed to women, like something that is really crucial to our nature, character, and the way we act. Can you use those qualities and skills into cutting-edge technologies and the way you work and you produce?
Is this again yes/no question?
Elaborate.
So yeah, the answer is again yes. Agnieszka and I think Magdalena also mentioned that. So you have diversity in your teams, so gender balanced teams. There are 6 times more innovative. So there was a study about that. So it is very important when you are talking about new ways how to approach solving the problems, that you implement creativity in this process. Because sometimes if we humans created a lot of problems and we approach those problems in the same way how we created them, we won't be able to solve them. So if diverse teams are more creative, so it means that there will be more chances that we solve these hard problems by approaching them from our creative perspective.
What about empathy? It's always, not always, often seen as weakness. Can you turn it into strength?
Yeah, I think it's in the case when you're developing a business. So there is always a person from the other side. So there is a customer. So it's very important that you can empathize with the customer, understand what are his or her fears, how does he feel in certain situations. It's not just the job that he wants to done, but what's the social work that he wants to achieve. What's also the emotional job that this person wants to achieve, so that your product is not just fixing the problem, but fixing, not fixing, but giving the other gains, such as feeling better in the process. And for this, you have to have empathy.
Mm-hmm. Magdalena Gryszko-Santo is smiling again.
I am smiling.
Wants to comment.
Two elements I wanted to touch upon. Once, Renata, you mentioned about this empathy, soft skills, the personal skills are something that is in the nature of women.
Or stereotypically.
I mean, I like to talk about nature, but I also, there are certain there is a certain socialization. I would say on women is the vast majority of caring roles. Talking about caring for kids, caring for elderly, caring for sick members of the family. And caring for others develops empathy, develops communication skills, develops soft skills. So I would say, let's have more men doing the caring roles. Let's have them more involved in caring for kids, elderly, sick. And I'm sure that the empathy skills and the interpersonal skills will drastically grow. So I think there is a way to, so this is one aspect. And another aspect, you were talking about Miro and this human and technology touch and different aspect of it. But for me, there is this very important element that, technology is created by human, which means that the gender bias also that we are having is then transmitted to innovation and technology, which on one hand, can be just making the technology not relevant for half of a population. In the worst case scenario, it can actually extremely hammer half of the population, which means all of us. And just to have a very brief and not the most drastic example, but to show you what I'm thinking about, like face recognition system, developed mostly by men. And they have a significantly higher error rate for recognizing women faces, 7 times higher. So when it comes to recognition of women faces versus men faces, 7 times higher mistake rate. And what's even more interesting, the error rate grows when we are talking about women with dark skin versus women with light skin. So I think we need to remember that This is extremely important, because if we don't deal with gender bias, this will be transmitted to AI, this will be transmitted to innovation and technology, and it will further strengthen gender inequality.
Miro wants to
Yeah,
answer.
not answer, just to add on that I completely agree that we have to have more women in developing technologies, and I was surprised when we had the program in Croatia, and then almost half of the teams that were in the program, EVA program, so Empowering Women in Agrifood, were developing some kind of technology, and then you could see the different approach. Because we run in Croatia different programs. We run program Get Started in Health Innovation. We run programs for agnostic programs for startups in different regions. And what we have seen in EVA program, their approach, because there were just women in the program, was totally different than from the other guys. And what you mentioned, the empathy. I just remember one product they were developing the product to grow food inside of the house, and how they approach it from the perspective of people who are going to live with this product was totally different than because I've seen other startups developing the same thing. So I think you're right from this perspective. We have to have more diverse teams that are developing technologies that are going to be used in wider audience. So
diverse and educated when it comes to gender bias. Because gender bias are in all of us, and all of us need this in-depth personal work to get rid of it.
I have one question for Magdalena. How do you envision fostering collaboration between men and women in leadership roles to avoid potential opposition? And I'm asking that because the discussion about the crisis of masculinity is gaining attention this time, making it sometimes probably difficult for men to enclose women as potential leaders.
I must admit, Renata, that when I hear these questions about how to convince men to include more women, there is this big temptation in me to say, it's Europe, 21st century. And I am tempted to close my line there. But, I do, but let me actually put it differently, and I will actually start with quoting a man. Robert Biedroń, who is leading the FEM committee in the Committee for Women's Rights in the European Parliament. I met him for the first time more than 20 years ago. And recently he was taking part in a discussion exactly about masculinity. And he said, listen, we have to face it. Men are afraid to give some of the power, give some of the money, and give some of the decision making. There is fear. And I very much appreciate when a man says it, because I think this is the first step. We need to take it out from the carpet. We need to say it's about power, it's about money, it's about giving away some of it, and this is fearful, of course. And I think we need to just, name the elephant in the room as the first strategy. And then the second and the third strategy, from my perspective, let's really show the gains for men on a personal level, and the gains for men on a global level. And when we are talking about gains for men on a personal level, when you are a leader and you have, you share the leadership with women, and you have this diverse team, and we were already talking about, your company will go up when it comes to return on investment, your company will be more innovative, what you will be doing will be more sustainable. So you are gaining as a leader, so we can look at it from a skill perspective, diversity management, and the benefits of it. Then there is this personal level. You can get more involved in caring activities as a father. And I personally met really many men who were actually suffering from not having a chance to be more involved in this caring role. And this is really not okay how this system in many countries is still created. Well, 2.5 years ago, I gave birth to twins. And I went on maternity and parental leave. My husband, who was waiting for a long time to have these children, in the country where we live, he got 7 days of leave according to the regulation, to stay with me and the kids at home. And this is the case in many countries, and we really need to change it. And I believe when we are talking about this transition of getting more women in decision making, we are also talking about transition about having more men in caring, and this is a vast also personal benefit for men. And so this is and there is the third global level, sustainable, inclusive, green. And this is the only way really we can talk about future.
Thank you very much. And the next question will go to Ivan. How do you see the role of science in contributing to a balanced bioeconomy in the agri-food sector?
Could you repeat the question? I didn't get the first part.
Yes. How do you see the role of science in contributing to a balanced bioeconomy in the agri-food sector?
Okay. So far we were discussing different balances in univariate way, but real life is multivariate. So if we join together considerations sector by gender, then it's really getting interesting because there is a huge difference in gender balance in sectors. So for example, in our accelerator, we have sectors with woman-led companies of 38% in health, 15% in ICT, and then only 3% in agriculture and fishery. This is just a little bit better in food and beverages, 4%. So I think it is about role models as well. So it is not only general effort, we could learn from other sectors. So they obviously done better than some others. So let's see what practices are really working. And then I think we could get even more operational. I would like to set a challenge and possible topic for next summit. Okay, improving gender balances, that's great, it's right, but it's merely operational. Let me tell you what we could do. Work Program 24 would be published soon, but only sometime mid-January 24, we would have Info Day. At Info Day, all interested applicants could check what are the details of our challenge calls, open calls, and they could make a decision. We have really interested to support gender equality among our applicants. But first step should be taken by you. So why don't we decide, even today, to try? Participate in our info days, submit application, and then we meet next year and analyze, was it useful? Were we able to inspire someone to apply? And what was the result? How about that?
How
Sounds
about
like a plan.
that? Anyone wants to comment on this proposal? If not, the next question will go to Olga. You are a representative of the Mykolaiv Water Hub. Can you tell us what it is and what is the meaning of balanced water management for the agri-food sector?
Yeah, thank you. But first, I'd like to start with a remark. You mentioned kids, and I have a daughter. She's 11 right now. And just, by the way, day before yesterday, she came from school. And somehow, out of nothing, she said, you know, Mom, I think that we are happy to live in this time and not earlier, when women were not able to go to schools, we were having not so many rights, etc. I said, whoa, 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 yeah, we are very, very happy, but it's not so rosy if you looking at Afghanistan and some other countries. Oh, really? She was so surprised that it's still, unfortunately, not a Rosa Pony world as for the women's rights, but nevertheless, we are happy, really, to live in these times. And as for Mykolaiv Water Hub, yeah, this is one of good examples of our, by the way, girls team. This is a sort of startup and project which we have started and I joined recently. It was started already in 2018, but got more activities now during this full-scale war, because what we've seen that, Mykolaiv is a big city in the southern part of Ukraine, which was almost conquered by Russians, but happily that didn't happen. And Mykolaiv is very interesting as a not only a city per se, but the region and the neighboring regions. So the southern part of Ukraine is very interesting from the point of view of the water balance. What does it mean? I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I think that the next big environmental or general crisis would be about water. We already see it in Europe, Spain. We see it in California. We see it in Scotland, as far as I know, and we see it in Ukraine as well. In southern eastern part of Ukraine, 8 of 10 years were already too dry in last decades, during last decades, to do their agriculture without irrigation. So that means that the climate change, warming or not warming, but climate change, as you know, the global trend, unfortunately, is there, and we see it. And that's why we decided within the Mykolaiv Water Hub try to work more closely now, these local authorities in Mykolaiv region, Kherson region, Odessa, to take war like an opportunity, and to learn together how to be more wise as for their water management, as for their water usage, not only for drinking purposes, not only for us like population this in the city, but also in agri-food. You can imagine how much water is used there, not only for irrigation, but also in processing. You've seen definitely all these numbers on a water footprint in production of meat or cheese or whatever products, or even our clothes. So it's a huge topic, and to raise an awareness in Ukraine to this team. And as I said, first of all, now try to, again, for a second time, a cynical thing to say, but war in Ukraine is giving now us sort of, well, like opportunity to start from a scratch. Many things Russians destroyed just to zero, like also water supply systems in Mykolaiv, in Kherson, by the way. It's almost dead, and some of the enterprises, some of the industries even, almost dead in Ukraine, unfortunately, or maybe not so unfortunately. I'm saying that very careful now, but it was really like many of them were Soviet history and Soviet relicts. We were not adapted to all these challenges and to environmental new realities, to the competitiveness, to a new bright world, And that's why even in this case, in case of the water management, and again, we are talking here about agri-food in a broader sense, because it's about water, it's about soil, it's about energy, as we already mentioned it, and about many other aspects. So we are trying to bring it all together, and our first step will be to establish, or it's already underway, to establish the innovative laboratory, water lab in Mykolaiv, which will be accessible for the youngsters from all the region. We're also, by the way, planning to exactly to do what I said before, to include women really more actively from the STEM professions, to make girls go to this direction, to see that you can be an engineer, and it's actually a very interesting job that you can have, and you have a lot of opportunities where to choose what you want to do, or in IT, or in any other subsectors which are related to water, agri-food, etc. Because it's a very broad very broad sectors assortment, I would say, which you can choose from. And so this is the way where we would like to start from a local level, but also bring together the partners from Germany, let's say, because many of us, and I'm now part-time settled in Germany because, again, of war, I brought my daughter there. And we, and because of my German experience and background. And we are trying now to work, as I said, to build a new ecosystem in agri-food, in water management, new from scratch. Even not, we are not oriented, not very oriented on a German, by the way, state of things, and where sometimes we are not very lucky or not very happy to hear that when we are saying, well, you are good, but you are not good enough. We can do better. So that's our aspiration.
I have one more question. Do you, in Ukraine, do you have any research or opinion polls that would clarify how many of the women and their kids and their families who have immigrated since the start of the war will stay abroad? And because I understand this could be a huge problem. Some of them would rather choose immigration and living in Poland, France, Sweden.
That's as Christina mentioned it. It's in her opening speech. It's a global problem, in fact, more or less, or definitely the European problem, depopulation. There are low birth rates, and depopulation in the rural areas is even more critical. There are a lot of dead villages in Ukraine, as you can imagine, and due to the war, even more now in many regions, even my home region, Sumy, it's not far. My parents, by the way, were living just like 20, 25 kilometers away from the Russian border, unfortunately. And yeah, I'm seeing what happening there. So the people are fleeing, definitely. We are fleeing to other regions of Ukraine, in the best case, or they are looking for their new life. Some they are here in the European Union. As for the statistics, the numbers now are floating, because at the beginning it was clear it was a huge flow of Ukrainians who came to Europe, but afterwards, we do have now the situation then many people are staying, but many are coming back. Many are pendling somehow, between European Union and Ukraine. And the problem is that there are different estimations as for that. I know that around 1 million are in Poland. It's definitely more than, at least, officially, let's say, more than 1 million definitely also in Germany. This is the largest numbers there. In general, now I think that about 4 to 5 million people, Ukrainians, mostly women with children, are staying in European Union. And the problem is that the longer war is going, the less chance to bring them back. Again, this is a harsh reality, and this is maybe not very, let's say, pleasant thing to say, but we should face it. And I'm quite often criticizing now Ukrainian government, where they are doing not much for, to think about that, what you're going to do about this problem. Because if these women and children are not coming back, we already in some demographic crisis, and this demographic crisis will just deepen after the war. And to think then about the rebuilding Ukraine, rebuild back or reconstruction, and try to do better, well, it would be very difficult for us.
You need women for that.
Definitely. And the next generation, we need children also,
So far in Poland, we are happy to have Ukrainians.
Germans are also happy about that. So
really,
we are
on many levels, we are very happy to have you.
Thank you.
Wishing you the end of the war, of course. We have 3 more minutes. So if you feel like asking a short question or comment or anything, or maybe the panelists would like to say.
I think the floor is...
If no one is asking,
there is a question. I'll give you microphone, okay?
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm really having a good time. I'm learning a lot. So I'm a woman in science. I do have PhD in chemistry. And I would say the hardest for me during my career, since I'm in research already for 10 years, was communication and the feeling like I don't belong here. And I do believe it was gender issue mostly, because I'm coming from physics and chemistry. And I heard a lot of tips from you. I'm really grateful today, because I don't feel like I'm alone feeling this way, anymore. And I'm just wondering how to improve this situation, because since I'm growing, I'm becoming mentor now. That means I have to supervise people, I have to inspire them, and I think I was using my empathy quite a lot, and it helped me to have good relationships between me and those who I'm supervising. But I feel that I'm struggling to have good relationships with people who are above me, if I can put this way, like higher supervisor, directors, heads of departments. I feel like a lot of pressure, and I don't know, is it like a competition or something? Maybe you can comment on that. How do you see people when they grow, when they go step by step up? That's my question. Like,
So, someone specific or? No, I think this is the most importantly in career development is to go. It's okay that you do go step by step, because during this process you learn a lot. And Magdalena mentioned this many times. It's about the education, and if you feel if person feels that there is something he or she is missing, then there is a way how to improve it through training, through education, and I think it's very personal. So I don't know about situation, but whenever I have a chance, I especially in the programs where we have more women, and normally in programs we have more women, I tend to advise them that they should not be afraid to ask for advice from men, neither women. So it's not about you just should talk to women, but to all men and women for advice.
And here maybe a short remark from me, as I became the acting minister of agriculture first in the history of Ukraine at such a high position in agricultural sector. You can imagine, yeah. So the blonde woman is a minister for agriculture, and agriculture is quite a traditionalistic, I would say, sector, yeah, in many countries still. So the first remarks were in the direction like, what this girl can know about that. But when they see that you are positioning yourself as a professional, as an expert, and I was absolutely, by the way, in my working experience, very equal to men or women, by the way, no difference for me. If you are good at your job, you are good for me, yeah. So you're good enough to work in my team. You are good enough to take some position, etc. And to add, as for advisors, it's a great book from Sheryl Sandberg, Lenin. I don't know if you read it or not. If not, read it, please. There are many very practical advices, from sit at the table, raise your hand, be present. So many things were already said here, yeah. But we are still somehow not using all of them. So this would be my advice. Like, positioning yourself as a professional, because you are, yeah, and read this book and see what you can do further, yeah.
I was very touched by your question and by what you said, that you, after so many years in research, that you felt like you don't belong there. And I very much think that that's how many women feel all over, because it's not enough to increase the number of women to have women there. We need to fix the systems. Exactly, that the system doesn't make a woman feel that she doesn't belong there. And this is the responsibility, to fix the system that is on all of us. We need to have gender training, gender bias training for all, especially for decision makers. We need to make sure that the environment is gender violence free and sexual harassment free. We still don't talk enough about these problems. We still need to make sure that there are ways to support women to go up to decision making and to combine caring roles still very much on women and professional roles. So I would say sometimes we put too much on women, saying women have to do this and this, learn more and this, behave more like this and this. And we are resistant to say the system needs to be fixed. The system is broken.
Thank you very
for your
much.
question.
Thank you, everyone. And now it's time for first Eva Walk of Fame. Maciek, the floor is yours.
So applause to you first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olga, Miro, Magdalena, Ivan, and of course Renata. Thank you, all of you, big time. Before we will go to the Walk of Fame, the first part of this framework, I want to put your attention to a very interesting thing, which is a chat Q&A section in our online streaming. I've been equipped with a nice device, and here it says that Petra asked an hour ago, and it was very impolite to interrupt our panelists. Wow, I didn't know that cosmetic products from farms can be part of the EVA program. It can. EVA is not only for scientists, entrepreneurs, but also for idea holders and for ladies with great potential, for farmers. So actually, if you are a woman, if you have an idea even, if you have a concept, you can participate in next year EVA program in one of your countries. Petra, I don't know where you're from, but most certainly there is EVA program for you as well. Yes, there's going to be next questions, and from time to time I will just take the tablet to read these questions aloud. The question that just emerged a second ago is about the book. Could you, Olga, repeat the title for anonymous chat user? Yes. I don't have a micro, but... All right, maybe I can give you the tablet then. You can just insert your answer. And we will not need it right now because we will have 4 excellent speakers for the next 20 minutes. We will have Eylül Er from Turkey, we'll have Ivana Mišković from Serbia, Michaela Sipos from Romania, and Ana Gonzalez from Spain, in this very order. So right now I am more than happy to introduce first speaker of the Walk of Fame of today. Her name is again Eylül Er from Turkey. With a great round of applause, please introduce this little walk. So please take the chair. It should be a walk, so this element of walking is particularly important. But
should I stay here?
Wherever you like. The whole stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for having me, actually, and all of the EVA programs, mentors, and mentees. Actually, I must say I'm so sorry for the Ukraine and the Ukraine people. We feel very deeply your war sadness, and I just want to start to tell about the Palji. Palji, in one word, we try to clean the world, actually. But the other way is we try to clean the wastewater, agricultural wastewater, with the microalgae-based technologies, and then we obtain a biomass from the microalgae, and we turn the biomass into a biomaterial. Our next generation biomaterial is sustainable, carbon neutral, and of course the biodegradable. And last month we have produced 10 kilograms of the Pabio, that's called our biomaterial, and gave to the Faber-Castell in Turkey, actually, and they produced from our material the pen. And these pen were able to produce with less than 30% carbon emission, and thanks to our team. Actually, we, at the beginning of the EVA program, only 2 people, me and my other co-founder, and we tried to work too much to bring this idea become a real passion, and now we are at the 8 people at Palji who want to really make clean world. And others say actually the microalgae become more popular topic nowadays because people have realized their unique photosynthetic reaction. It means that they capture the carbon and produce oxygen, and actually they produce oxygen, they 50 times more oxygen than trees, and that's why we always try to use more microalgae. And also, moreover, their biomass has a unique has a unique features that can be used in food application, nutrition, because of the high amount the protein, and that can used in biofertilizer and bioplastic, and of course the energy application. That's why I always recommend everybody grow the microalgae in their backyards, actually, if you can do it. I want to say, as a woman deep tech entrepreneur, yes, it's of course the tough thing, especially in Turkey or other Balkan countries or other European countries, because we have many challenges as a woman and the deep tech entrepreneur and as a scientific relations. And I forgot my major. I'm so sorry. I'm a bioengineer and currently pursuing my master's degree in environmental science, and again co-founder and the CEO at the PALGI. So yes, we have faced many challenges to trying to run a business PALGI, actually. But thanks to EVA program, because I have a mentor in personally, and she cared and interested in personally me. And I have always supported from her and the EVA program. And actually, I want to say we have so many challenges in our business model at the beginning. And during the 6 months program, they helped us and they protect us actually from all over the venture capitals or the criticize the anything comments. And thanks to Eva again, we got the second place prize and this huge amount of money for us, because we can do it more lab scale for 3 months actually. We can do it 3 months again. And actually now we are at the beginning of the green revolution, and I hope we can pursue this idea and our business in a real world. And as a PALGI, we have one mission: to clean the world from humanity's waste and save our beautiful world, actually. And we don't leave any trace without our name and our company name. And thank you again for having me. Thank you. Yes.
Ayul, thank you very much. Again, you forgot to mention that, but I will repeat: bioengineer, CEO and co-founder of PLAGI.
And pursuing my environmental science master's degree,
which we are keeping our fingers crossed for.
Yeah,
thank you very
so
much. Round of applause again for Ayul. And I will move rightwards from your perspective to make a space, to make a floor for another great female leader who is going to engage in a little interview with me. Her name is Ivana Mišković, and she's from Serbia. You can select any chair you like, and I will take the remaining one of 3 here. So, Ivana, from the beautiful country of Serbia, I learned about your project and your unbelievable path that led you to the place where you are, which is the Vilnius stage of the 2023 summit for EIT food. And I want to first of all congratulate for all of them you have experienced, but maybe for our audience, for those of our friends who don't know you, I just will tell you that Ivana is an owner of a rural tourist household. It's a business that we will be talking today about, but she's also a teacher, an academic scholar and researcher. She holds PhD in tourism and sustainable development. There are some other facts that maybe we will reveal during our discussion, but first tell us, you run a zero waste business. The mission of this business is education for kids and adults, but also it's a business, so it should be sustainable economically. What are your magical powers that you can join these 2 difficult areas into one running project?
Okay, thank you few questions in one question.
Just one.
Yes, but we have
Though
time.
expanded,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, I will correct you at the beginning, just a little bit. I mean, not you personally, but in general, when we are speaking about zero waste, I don't believe that that is possible at all.
It's a metaphor, yes.
Yes, yes.
Like
I'm calling it the minimum waste because I'm trying to minimize the waste. I cannot not produce any waste, never. So we all produce some waste. So I'm calling it the minimum waste principle, which we are trying to follow in my rural household in north of Serbia, in a very nice region. Actually, we are at the edge between the national park and the Danube River, which you can see on the picture. We are my household is overlooking Danube River, so we have a very beautiful view. And your question was about education. Yes, I'm now for a year and a half. We are organizing different kind of workshops and education for children and both children and adults, about how to minimize the food waste in your household, in any household. The statistic, probably a majority of the people here know that 61% of the food waste comes from our household. That means that we are responsible. We are producing more food waste than factories and restaurants and so on. So we are trying to teach people what to do with this fresh food, with the vegetable, with food, with the bread, cheese, milk, and so on. What they can do with it before they throw it away.
And what, for example?
For example, yes, I brought here something. For example, if you have a bread that you're not going to use fresh that day, tomorrow you will buy probably a new one. At least that's in my country. We are buying bread every day. So I'm making many things, but one of them is like a breadcrumbs, which you use for meat, vegetables, whatever, when you fry it. So I make the breadcrumbs and I mix it with different kinds of seasonings. So I actually, this is something that you can you need just meat and this kind of mixture, and you can make your lunch in few minutes. For example, if you are people are buying now industrial seasonings for some kinds of meals like meatballs. You can buy it in a bag, yes, and you can just add it to a meat. For example, we are also producing it, and what we are doing also, except of this education, we are collecting the surplus food from our community. I live in a small community; it's a small town. I moved from the city, from big city to this town.
And that's going to be my next question.
Go on with the question, okay?
No. All right. Actually, when you started, I will not interrupt. You moved, and you took your two kids with you.
Yes.
And was it very turbulent, very difficult psychologically? Do you have something to encourage other moms and dads to follow you in this transition?
I have many advices, but my kids are grown up already, so that was a less problem because they already drive, so they can go to the city whenever they want. But it is challenging. It is challenging, and it is challenging to move from the city to the rural area. But now, as I can work online and as I work at this project, I realize this project in my household. So sometimes I don't need to go out from my garden for 3 days, and that's the best time I have when I don't have to go anywhere. And my colleagues are coming over to help me. So what are we doing? We are collecting the surplus food from the people in our community. The community is 8,000 people, so it's not a village, but it's a small historic town. That's very important to mention that it's a very important historic town, and it's a very well-known wine region. So we have vineyards all around, and we have historic monuments as well. And we are, my project is about transforming the surplus food into souvenirs.
Oh, this is lovely. Yeah. We have two examples of products that derived from your farm. An excellent story, really mind-blowing story. I know that we will have lunch later, but definitely if somebody is interested to try today instantly, really instantly, Ivana would allow to do that. Thank you very much. I hope that in the networking session you will have lots of questions from other people, not only from me here on this 5-minute interview.
I would just mention that the packaging for the food we produce is also collected from the local bars and restaurants. So these are the glass packaging that they don't longer need. It's
so maybe
they throw it away in the garbage, so we collect it and we use it for packaging, and also we are recycling the old fabrics, the old clothes, the old curtains, napkins, and we are making the bags.
So maybe not zero waste, but minimal waste.
Minimum waste,
as you
and
are
we use
us.
all resources we can get before we buy something in the shop.
Ivana Miszkowicz, big round of applause. The next interviewer will have close access to these products. Ivana forgot to take them back, which is not bad. We like the story, most probably we'll like the products as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a big honor to introduce you the third example of a female leader in agritech, another great mentee. This time she's from Romania. Her name is Michela Sipos, and she will also engage into a short interview just after your applause to her. Please. We can switch the places. It will be a little bit more interesting visually. Lovely. Cheers. We talked yesterday a little bit. This is a microphone for you.
Thank you.
I want to just give a very, very brief description of what you have achieved so far, Michela, because she is the lady. Listen to that. Master in PR, nice. But then you are certified canine nutritionist
yes.
and veterinary technician.
Exactly.
I don't know if you can see it, but I also bring a little bit of my dog with me to Vilnius. So
Nice to meet your dog.
great synergy, very interesting. But then you started a farm with hypoallergic insects. And you have dog treats based on this, let's say, substances derived from insects. But you also do the protein from mealworms. So as a natural fertilizer, so many things in one business. Can you just tell us very briefly? The interview is not long. What brought you to this idea? What was the moment when you realized, yes, I will do exactly that?
Well, like I think most of us, when you have a problem, you try to find the solution for your problem. So my problem was my dog's allergies. He was basically allergic to every protein. And I researched and I found out that if you change the protein he eats, everything his health will improve. So I first bought a year and a half ago some mealworms. I made some food for him, and the results were remarkable. So the next step was to open my own mealworm farm.
It looks like aquarium, like terrarium. How it looks like?
No, it's a room with stacked boxes, and it's a small room, I could say, in 15 square meters. That was our start.
And they are not going to the living room? No.
No, they are very quiet, and they stay where we put them.
At night.
No, not parties at night.
Lovely.
Exactly.
And then the other elements of your business, because there are multiple projects right now going on.
Exactly, because our mealworms gave us the frass. This is the frass. This is gold for the plants.
Can you show again, please?
Oh, yes, sure. It's like a dust, it's like a sand, but it smells like grass, and it's beneficial for the plants. We tested it. This is our product we tried to, for the EVA program, this was the product we came with. And we had some remarkable results. Our mentor is a biochemist, and she helped us to test the product in the fields and also in the lab, and the results were spectacular.
All right. So, in a nutshell, I know we don't have really like much of the time. It's not an academic lecture, but the benefits of using frass as a bio fertilizer for crops. Can we know something more than from schools or Wikipedia from you?
Okay. The FRAS essentially improves the soil, heals the soil, because this is very important to have not one crop, but to have the crops, to have many crops, many healthy crops for now on. And it improves the soil, it gives amino acids and all the nutrients we need to have a better soil for better products.
And next steps for your project? Do you intend to be like Ivana, some kind of promoter and evangelist for the healthy change, or you want to make a big business out of it? You want to make franchise all over the Europe and to participate in every EVA next year, like every regional EVA?
I haven't thought about the participating, but it's a good idea. I would like to teach people, at least the people from my country, what are the benefits of insects. And not only the mealworms, but only the frass. This is our main goal from here.
And about teaching, very last question here. We started with colleagues giving the introductory notes at the beginning, and then some of our speakers today. Then we will have a panel about this directly. This gender inequality in this teaching and evangelization mission of yours. Do you think there are some elements that you can teach to other entrepreneurs to make something real for the better balance of gender in our industry?
Oh, well, I don't know what to say, because I didn't feel that gap between men and women.
Oh.
You know, I think I was the lucky one. If I could find the reason why, because they were too shocked about I was talking about the insects, and they forgot about the fact I was a woman. You know?
Maybe it's a good sign, yes. So big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michaela Sipos, I will keep the microphone indeed. Oh, look. So the number of items we have on our little table is increasing. I see a little gentleman or a lady here coming from Romania with us. You cannot see it, but maybe a camera can reveal it. Just this little one. He doesn't use a passport on the airport. Nice. And the last speaker for this first part of Walk of Fame, it's Ana Gonzalez from the beautiful city of Valencia, from Spain, obviously. Please join me on the stage, and the people will applaud you right now. You can use either this and the full stage, or you can go to the panel and use that one, either one or the second. If I may, just few words about you, because you are another outstanding persona on this stage today. You have MA in Business and Administration and Management from University of Valencia, again, and then you made advanced business at IE Business School and Management, which is very important for IGO. The clicker should be there, no? Is there? Yes. And of course, you are right now in charge of Prot Iberia from January 2020, so it's 2 years young project. You are the leader of it. But before that, I just mentioned you created Cucugua, Spanish language course in Shanghai, remote Shanghai. So make the all magic with your audience. 5 minutes for you, and we are listening.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. This is I am Ana González. I am the CIO of Protiberia. We are a Spanish biotech company, and we transform organic waste into high-value raw materials for the agri-food industries, and we do it in a sustainable way with an almost zero carbon footprint. And this is possible thanks to a magical insect, the Tenebrium molitor, or the mealworm, they told before about that, which is a powerful bioconverter. We have some eggs that hatch into larvae, then pupate, and became beetles that deliver eggs again. I am talking about the vertical insect breeding farms. We use bio-waste to feed the insect, no water, no big extension of land is required, and we get raw materials like proteins, lipids, biofertilizers, and chitin for agri-food, pharma, and cosmetic uses. This is a very important activity because it allowed to generate economic diversification, stable incomes, also high quality jobs in the rural areas. Also the insect protein market is growing quickly and is expected to reach close to $10 billion by 2013. To reach this growing demand, we need more operators. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of new insect farms only in Europe. Actually, or currently, the key players are building big facilities to produce millions of insects. And we have a different approach. We work with decentralized production. We have developed technology and machines and to produce a high quality mealworm eggs. We send the eggs to the farmers and they only need to fat them up and we take care of the rest. Training, product processing, and marketing. Our goal for the next 3 years is to reach an annual production of 12,000 tons of larvae, generate 30 new insect farms network to work together, and bringing to the market 5 new products like protein supplements or additives. We create the company in 2022. We are 4 co-founders, and now in the team we have 10 people, including engineers, biologists, and food technicians. In this year and a half, we have been able to get 500,000 euros for research and technology development. So now we are looking for private funding to invest in the processing machine to get high protein flours. Maybe you are thinking, why insects? Who here is wearing red lipsticks? Or who has eaten strawberry flavored yogurt or ice cream? All of these have a red natural additive, what is made by insect, the cochineal. So I am talking about something real. It is already in our life. And in Protiberia, we believe more sustainable food system is possible, and the insects are part of the solution. Thank you.
Ana Gonzalez, Protiberia, thank you very much for this excellent keynote. And I want to compliment you, the great audience of our 2023 summit, which is you were listening very carefully to all of 4 our first representatives, first female leaders in Agrifood in a walk of fame, knowing that Anna's keynote was the last element that divides you from the lunch. You were very resistant, and I want you to feel kind of satisfaction. For this session, we are done. After the lunch, we return with new panels, new keynotes, and new workshops. Thank you very much again for all the participants who've been to this stage today.
Welcome again. I hope you liked your lunches. We'll start the afternoon sessions and we'll have 2 more panels and 2 more Walk of Eva fame. And now I would like to introduce the panelists for the panel discussion, how to find balance between E, S, and G in the agri-food sector. The first panelist is Blaszka Trepetanova from Bulgaria. Blaszka is an Eva alumni. She's the founder of the first zero waste restaurant in Bulgaria and author of the book How to Live a Zero Waste Life in Bulgaria, with over 600 lectures in Bulgaria and the USA on zero waste and sustainability. Am I right so far? Good. Blaszka is a lecturer. In 2018, she launched the NGO Zero Waste Bulgaria, and now she has started Zero Wave, that was in 2020. This company turns waste into valuable resources by producing edible and non-edible products from materials considered as waste. Welcome, Blaszka.
Thank you.
And let me introduce Daniel Matej, who is an active supporter of impact, entrepreneurship, and civic initiatives. Daniel coordinates the Engaged Citizen pillar of Raiffeisen Bank Romania's sustainability strategy. Over the past 11 years, he has contributed to a multitude of award-winning what a difficult word.
I know.
Sustainability projects and programs. He used to work in Impact Hub Bucharest, where he was responsible for EIT Food Hub and also supported empowering women in agri-food. And there is also Mindaugas Snarskis from Lithuania, who is the Vikonda group leader. If you could take this place, okay? Vikonda concern consists of such companies as Canning Factory, ice cream producing company, and others. Is that right?
And others.
And others.
And others. Okay, you could elaborate about others as we talk. So we are going to talk about how to find balance between E, S, and G in the agri-food sector. And I would like to start with general question, maybe Daniel could answer. Balancing environmental, social, and governance factors is a complex task. We agree. From your perspective, which aspect of those 3 is the most challenging for agri-food companies to achieve?
I wouldn't say necessarily that one of them is more challenging. It always depends on the context. But for example, the governance side might be the one that it's not tackled very, very often in conversations, in events. The environmental side, it's probably the most one that it's very often talked about. We talk a lot about regenerative agriculture. Also the social side, it's quite tackled. Like, for example, even if we look at the Empowering Women in Agri-Food program, basically it's in that area of the diversity of trying to tackle the social side of things. But when it comes to governance, a lot of organizations, a lot of entrepreneurs are considering that governance is something that only corporations should do, and it's not something that it's for a startup or for an SME. So maybe from this perspective, the governance side might be the one a bit more challenging to tackle from this perspective.
If I may.
They were encouraged to contradict one another.
My opinion is, okay, I am probably wrong, but in my opinion, governance is a tool. It's a simple tool in order to reach the goals. Yes, environmental goals, and in the end of the day, society, it's the end user. So
governance is just a playground or the tools you take from your toolbox to reach those goals. That's my understanding.
Well, as I'm taking the challenge to say something different, and I agree with both of you guys. Although I would go with the environmental part of the deciding between those three, and the reason will be similar to what you actually said. There are so many regulations connected to the environmental part that it is becoming overwhelming for a business to answer all those. Basically, every week there is a new protocol that the European Union will give you, and it will be strongly connected to the environmental part. It is, or at least it feels like this. And also, I will just allow myself, because I was having a conversation with a woman in this room before we started. When we talk about balancing at all, it's not even only between those three, because in running a business in the sphere of agriculture, it also is very connected to the founder, the co-founders, the people that are into the company, and they're the one who actually have to balance between those stuff, together with thinking about their health as well. And what I want to say is that in order to be an honest business, you have to clarify your mission and vision and just see which one of those three parts, the environmental, social, and governance, is actually the one that you can achieve the most at the beginning.
I can see Mindaugas is disagreeing.
No, I'm not. I'm starting to digest what is. I believe that if we try to be sustainable in all the matters, you cannot. I mean, if you will choose one, and by choosing one, I understand that it's not easy task, and if we take ESG as such as bureaucratic frame, and EU requirements, all those books, etc., then you start to kill yourself before starting to do the things. But you cannot, in my understanding, start saying that I will do this and that will wait. You should balance. Otherwise, I mean, we are in a hurry generally.
The next question will also go to you, because the concept of ESG is often associated with larger companies and corporations. Do you think it could be also associated and incorporated into startup businesses?
This is where I agree with Monica. Finally. But, I mean, again, from bureaucratic perspective, Elephant is heavy, huge, and it starts to be heavier and heavier as we speak, because all the new regulations, requirements are discovered or thought of, and then they are put to the actions, etc., etc. So, of course, following the rules and requirements, which are one way or another needed, amount of those, that's another story, and impacts of those, it's also another story. It's easier to follow when you are in an established business where you have resources enough to dedicate, etc., etc. On the other hand, if you start your own business and your values are clear and strong enough to follow the dream without harming others, that's where you start to think about the environment, about the society, and what is the impact to the society as large. And of course, then governance need to be in place in order to tackle the things. So yes and no. It's partly easier, but it's not less needed in every small business.
What I would love to add here is the fact that if you are at the moment that you are starting a business right now, it should be sustainable at the core from the beginning. In 2023, soon to 2024, you shouldn't start a business that it's not sustainable, because in just a few years, you will not be financed by anyone. Investment funds, European funds, banks, you name it. It will be harder and harder to access finance if your business is not sustainable, if your business is not measurable, and in the same time, we have to keep in mind that the business needs to be profitable as well. So it's not just the non-financial factors to be taken into consideration, but also we have to consider the fact that it needs to be a running business that it's creating profit for its shareholders.
Okay, so if you have a startup owner who comes to you, to Raiffeisen Bank Romania, and asks for a loan, and what kind of things you would take under consideration? What would you look at? What kind of requirements would you give to this person?
From a legal perspective, because Milda was mentioning earlier, it's still not required for a few years for SMEs and for startups to report on their environmental impact. But what is happening is that, for example, if your startup is a supplier for a large company, then automatically, in terms of carbon footprints, for example, you need to report for your suppliers as well. So us as a company, we need to report the scope 3 emissions, the carbon footprint that we have. And most of the times, or at least in our case, the direct emissions of our company are, I would say, rather small compared to the term, let's say, financed emissions. Meaning what our clients are doing with the finances that they are getting from the bank and what's the amount of emissions that they put into the atmosphere with the money that they loaned from a bank. So from this perspective, quite sooner than later, any company of any size will need to report on its carbon footprint, and the ones that are, let's say, stealing the start in a very good way, that are starting rather sooner than later, might even have a competitive advantage, because when working with other larger companies, they will be able to provide this data, which in then it will become a criteria for them to choose someone who's having a carbon footprint measure against someone who doesn't have his carbon footprint measured.
And Blaszka, what about you? How did you get financing?
Oh, with a lot of talking.
How did you convince them to give you money, to loan you money?
I was not kidding with the talking, by the way. Well, when we started, I think we still didn't have the ESG as a definition. So I'm from Bulgaria, just to mention. And the topic of sustainability now is a really hot one. Everybody talks about it. We all want to be sustainable. We don't know what it means exactly, but we all want to be sustainable. Back then, when we were starting the company, we were just thinking about what we wanted to achieve. And it was the idea of showing in our community in Bulgaria that running a business who is based on taking waste and turning it into a valuable product is actually a profitable one. If I can just refer to the previous two questions in order to answer this one. Actually, for us, starting and having this clear mission makes it way easier to achieve this balance between ESG. Because I think for the really big companies, the process of becoming sustainable is very tough. And it takes a lot of money, a lot of time. But then when you're small, I just completely agree with you. I can't disagree this time. It's so much, it's just easier and it makes sense. And we were always very honest about how, in our business, I mean, in my business in Zero Wave, of our mission. And we were open about the things that we don't know. And I have to say, yeah, we won a lot of accelerators based on pitching, basically, and a 5-minute presentation in which we would just focus on the things that we're really strong at and those that we do not exactly understand, like the governance part, for example. For us, it was always like, because it's not that discussed, like what is it, what do we do? And that helped us. I mean, the investors usually would sense if you are making it up if you're not really honest in what you want to achieve and if you're not sustainable in terms of ESG.
And Mindaugas, your perspective is quite different from Blaszka's because you're a leader of a group of companies. How did you incorporate the ESG?
How do we incorporate ESG?
Yeah.
First, in terms of financing, if I may still add to my colleagues, it's very practical already nowadays. I mean, this year we were financing part of the farming equipment for our agriculture company, and we got better margin from the bank, from the local bank, due to the fact that we follow the concrete practice and we use precision agriculture, etc., etc. And it's already it's amounts because it's a money, it's already big money, and then you can reinvest more, etc., etc. So that's already living, even though ESG report as such is meant to be issued by 2025 for the year 2024 for the companies which are 250 persons or more. Or the listed. In our case, our business is family-owned business, the group of companies I lead, but we are making the steps towards, so we have ESG report for 2023 fully ready on the year 2024. For 2023 we do it. But answering your question, how do we incorporate? I mean, it's not so difficult part is implementation always, but it started from the beginning of the story, started from the place where myself and the leaders of the companies inside group, we were discussing about our long-term goals. And one of the statements we made for ourselves that we want that our kids and grandchildren would grow old healthy in this country. So that was the first step to any ESG activities. And then what you do? Then you look through the scope, you look how you harm environment, people, whatsoever, and you want to improve. And then it goes to the targets, then it goes to the targets, to KPIs, to monitor those KPIs, follow those KPIs, and then improve.
Have you ever had a problem or maybe like a mental problem, or do people ask you about the connection between paying attention and introducing ESG values and thinking of profits? Does it have an impact on your profit? Do you sometimes feel like being connected to ESG makes your profits less?
It's on one hand, we should not overplay with modern or very popular ideas about about business being everything but the money. We need to understand that business is it is for making money, but then how part which is values, mission and vision, what we achieve. And in short term it may be this or that, but as a responsible citizen, you need to understand if you will not stop harming, if you will not start improving, in the end of the day your profits will shrink or you will be out of the market. So on one hand it's push from the society and from consumers. On the other hand, it's your personal or your company's status or growth are you grown up enough to face it, that you need to do the things?
And the next question will be for Daniel Matei.
Yes.
You are the coordinator of the Engaged Citizen Pillar in Raiffeisen Bank Romania. Can you remember any specific examples of successful projects in the agri-food sector that would combine the ESG values in them?
There is a program called Greenfields Academy that the bank is supporting since 2021, and there are a few aspects about it which make it a success story on the local market. Basically, it's working with large crop farmers. They need to have more than 100 hectares, so the impact is plausible. There is a partnership. I think there are about 10 large companies who are supporting the same program. So it's not just one company supporting the program, but it's rather a local coalition of companies supporting this mission. And each and every year they work with about 20 to 30 farmers to, on one hand, teach them how to switch to regenerative agriculture. And on the other hand, it's not just about, oh, we're having some workshops and teach them, but rather there are practical sessions in the field. And also they need to sign a commitment that they will try regenerative agriculture on at least 5 hectares of their land. So basically, they get to see what they learned in theory. They get to practice, they get to visit other farmers who are doing it. And of course, in agriculture, you don't see the results immediately. I mean, you go to a workshop and you apply on Monday. Most probably, your crop will be in a few years ready. And also our involvement in EVA in Romania.
And Blaszka, do you have any ideas of how the agri-food sector could effectively incorporate zero waste values into their businesses?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. But I think we've already seen like great examples from the Walk of Fame that we saw. And I'm just impressed how we actually, being a small business, the first thing that most of us, especially, I mean, it's especially for women, we need this taking care of something. And you can sense it in businesses that are run by women. They would often really think about environment and the money. But environment, I mean, I completely agree. We are doing those businesses because we expect to make money after all. But zero waste as a philosophy, it's very easy to follow. These are those 5 main principles that would be refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and rot. And each of us...
Can you repeat them?
Yes, refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and rot. Like the 5 R's. It's very like they put it very simple so that we can all remember it. And then when I was opening the first zero waste restaurant in Bulgaria, I was going through those principles and I was thinking, okay, what a restaurant does in a way that it actually doesn't make it zero waste. And I loved Ivana, right? I just loved the thing about the minimalism. I would actually, maybe I could rename the restaurant in Błagiczka Minimalism, because we also have some ways that we are not dealing very good with. But there will be plenty of examples of how you can be zero waste and how you can minimize. You just need to apply it to your own business. When we talk about agriculture, usually it comes to some bio-waste, some surplus food. And we've seen only in those 2 hours since we are together, great examples of how you can turn those surplus, those food waste, into something that will nurture your land, that will feed your animals, and will actually save you money. Why I love zero waste is not because I started it, but because we are making money out of something that is thrown on the landfill. And this is a lovely example of how to make money in a sustainable way and support helping nature. And I just want to add, whenever, like what I would say that in Bulgaria, for example, we have a lot of amazing entrepreneurs. I see all of the women and men here, the one that I heard so far, are also amazing entrepreneurs. And they probably could sell everything, right? They can come on stage and they can convince you to buy anything. But then each of those persons decided that it will not be that I will sell everything, but I will sell something that makes sense. And this is, I think, the key to having a better business culture, not just because I want to make money.
And do you have this feeling that you should share your knowledge and whatever you have learned by now with bigger companies and show them it's possible to adopt those measures?
Oh, absolutely. I would say yes, because I even sometimes have the feeling that smaller companies, because they've went through the process, could be very valuable for those big companies to show them the road. Even it will be a little bit longer with a lot of other corners that will, turns that will show up. And yes, I mean, sharing, again, if I go back to the stories that we've heard so far, we, in the previous panel, we had two ladies with that are using similar, the same product, okay? Cooperating between each other is a good way to grow and scale, because at the end we will talk maybe about scaling and growing if you want to make more money.
Mindaugas, can you see a role of food companies, corporations in promoting ESG in the agri-food sector to the broader public? Do you do maybe anything like that, or just concentrate on, you know, your own businesses?
Look, it's both, I would say. Personally, myself, I am the chairman of the board of the Lithuanian Food Association, Food Producers Association, and this is where I think that we do have big companies, those giants like Nestle or Coca-Cola or Kėdainių Konservų Fabrikas, part of our group, or local, you know, bread producer in Vilniaus Don in our portfolio. And I believe that in terms of promoting, it's about first starting to do by yourself, and then, of course, you spread the word of mouth and the association for, you know, if we take generally food sector as such in Lithuania, in food industry, we employ more than 40,000 employees. Generally, it's more than 1,100 companies there. So food industry is the biggest employer in Lithuania, all in all. Therefore, I believe that then the association as such, associations, any, you know, not necessarily associations. Look, Agrifood Lithuania and the Christine and the ideas here, why we are here gathered. I mean, that's the ideas, and this is where, when you do have a brilliant idea, you start to gathering people, resources, and then you need to talk. If you will not talk, you know, you cannot be only internally focused. You should talk, you know, by, there is simple, you know, thing that by teaching others, sometimes you learn more than just reading or whatsoever. This is why I believe that's important.
Daniel, you are a strong supporter of EVA, which stands for Empowering Women in Agri-Food. And I would like you to tell me how crucial is gender equality in achieving a balanced ESG approach in startups?
First of all, I'm a huge supporter of EVA. I actually started interacting with EVA the pilot phase in 2020. We were able to pilot at that time in Romania, and now Raiffeisenbank Romania is a sponsor of empowering women in Agrifood in Romania. So basically, I left from the implementer to the sponsor, but not going far away from Eva. Looking at all these years and all the editions of Eva and the results it had on the local market, at least in Romania, I think one of the things it achieved is it created role models. Going back to communication and the topic earlier, first you need to do and then you need to showcase. We wanted to find those Blașca of Romania, you know, how Blașca is a role model in Bulgaria and you have her on stage and you want to talk about climate, you want to talk about agri-food, you have her. We wanted to identify those women like Mihaela earlier. And we wanted to identify those examples. And I'm looking now back to the winner from 2020. She won with a different business idea than the one that she currently has. And it's not always about the specific business idea, but rather about the person that you are helping, because you are not creating, you are helping. They are creating, they are doing the hard work. She's now, for example, a catalyst and putting together local producers in community type of commerce in which local producers sell directly to consumers, and once per week they meet in a very specific point just to exchange the produce. It's not something that, let's say, it will revolutionize the way that retail works. We will still have big retailers, we will still have big producers because we need to feed everyone, but in the same time, it's a small model for small local producers and for persons who want to buy directly from those people. Going back, I think programs like EVA are offering a platform for everyone that wants to feel empowered, to learn, and to get the right connections to succeed. But in the same time, what I think it's very important about EVA, it's not only to be supported by EIT food, but also to get the private support it needs in order to be able to run year by year, irrespective that it's funded or not by the European Union. So from this perspective, any companies that are in the room, I can confirm from both sides, it's a great investment and you get very good ROI from sponsoring programs like EVA.
Thank you very much. I would like to encourage you to think of questions for the panelists, but before that, I have just one question to each of you, and it's the same for all of you. You used the word vision, and I would like to ask you about your mission, because it seems to me that it's really important to have a mission, except for having a vision, a clear vision of where you want to get. It's good to have a mission in your work. And I'll start with Blașca. What's your mission?
Yes, I think I meant mission most of the times. Actually, in my in what I said, our mission, well, in Zero Wave, it's very simple. It sounds, and I think missions should be very simple so that each of us can easily spread it, and then the ones that is hearing it could easily remember it so that he or she would spread it as well after that. So Zero Wave has the mission to turn waste into valuable resource. And then we put the dot. It's a strong message. And I love it because it clearly explains what we want. And although now we are producing edible and non-edible products made out of the brewery spent grain, the byproduct that comes after the production of beer. When we started the company Zero Wave itself, we decided that we will not write more about the mission. So we will literally write it this way: turn waste into resource. Because our vision then is that we can, if we find a lot of money, make a lot of money, to start using other waste products, byproducts, and turn also them into a resource. So this is our mission, and the restaurant's mission, the first zero waste restaurant in Bulgaria, Boagichka Zero Waste. The mission there is to hire underprivileged youths who are cooking local food, producing zero waste. And this is a very good mission because it involves both environmental, social, and governance.
Thank you.
Without even knowing, I mean, this mission is from 2016. I didn't know about ESG back then.
Mindaugas?
It's look, I quite often in the end of the day I start to a bit contradict the not the existing rules, but generally, as through my career in different businesses, I've spent quite many years in big international companies, and I saw quite much of you take mission and the vision without naming, I mean, the word, but you take mission and the vision, and you take specific region, whatever, Nordic, Southern Europe, or where you put the finger, and then it's quite usual that if you just keep the same mission vision and you just change the brand name, it does not. It sounds well. I mean, everybody there, they have team spirit as the core value, and you just change the brand names, and that's, in my understanding, it's a little bit theater and the things, hygienic things which companies made some years ago, and they don't have a with what it's there and why they are there. Therefore, I am not the very big fan of mission, vision, values, and if we have those, then we are successful. We are very positive impact to the environment, etc., etc. It depends very much on the company. It depends very much on the people around. In our case, for example, our group of companies, we are 15 companies, 700 employees. We have values and pursuits. These are two things. Values, which are common to our businesses, strategic and side businesses, etc., and then pursuits, where we want to go towards to. And then when we go to specific company inside the group, then we may have more specific mission or more specific goals. Therefore, I wouldn't say that it's most important to have this kind of mission. It's most important to one, be honest to yourself, and because values, they exist independently. Those, you can name those or not. In every society, in every company, values exist. So you need to find those, see those, name those, compare, are those relevant, and then go with them to make an impact. So this is my view to your question.
Thank you. And Daniel, what kind of mission do you have in mind when you go to your office and think of the work that is ahead of you?
I was listening to Blaška and Mindaugas, and from this perspective, you are both entrepreneurs, and it's normal to somehow drive the vision and the mission of the companies that you own and you lead. But on the other hand, looking at me as an employee, and some of us maybe are not leaders or are not the founders of the organizations that we work for. And that's the moment when you're starting to consider your own personal mission. Why am I doing this job? It could be just for the money, and it's not bad, but you then have to admit this to yourself. This is the job that I do for money, and that's it. For me personally, it's also about working with communities that are doing something for the better. could it be communities of entrepreneurs? Could it be an NGO community? The current switch that I've made this year from a local accelerator to a bank, I also switched to the engaged citizen pillar, which is how it was called, corporate social responsibility. So I'm still working with communities. But at the end of the day, it's about finding your why. And when you get to an interview with Mildaugas and he's telling you about his vision and how he sees things, that's the moment when you will be like, I want to see myself in this organization or not. Because that's something that's very important. We spend a lot of part of our time working, and I think it should be something that's meaningful to us as well.
Thank you very much. We have just a couple of minutes and we have a question. I'll give you the microphone.
Thank you so much, especially Blachka. You are so empowered and inspired to me. Thank you. And I want to ask the Mindaugas, actually the CEO at the Vikanda Group, and I checked the biggest company, I think, in Lithuania or something else. I don't know.
There are many bigger than us.
I just wanted to ask, do you have any collaboration with small startups during this process to empower their ideas or the innovations? Because in Turkey, we have one group like that, the Anadolu Group, we are called Anadolu Group, and they have a program, just POC stage startups, and actually we are accepted and we just, they pay us for our running our business to improve their ECG ideas and goals and prove our conception. And I wanted to ask, just do you have any things? If you, as mentioned already, I missed that. Sorry.
Thank you for it's a good question. You know, we are not who we are and whom we are not. We are not accelerator. That's clear. And on the other hand, we do have collaborations and cooperation with startups. We invest to those. But what we do, we start to match them that they are kind of, it's our topic, our theme. Because otherwise we will spread our attention and will not, because if I have an idea, or my team has an idea, or the startup which comes to us saying that, okay, this and that, we need investments, we will grow, etc. We want to match, is this for us? Is this our sphere of expertise or not? For example, we take agriculture or farming. We are quite big farmer here in Lithuania. We are cultivating more than 5,000 hectares of land, and we do have invested into the startup which is creating currently smart agrometer to access mobile way, easy to access plant health. And this should lead to the decrease of fertilizers, etc., etc. Or if we take our food companies, then we do have specific cooperation with food startups. So yes, we cooperate. At the same time, we try to narrow the scope, so we cooperate where we can add value. If we cannot, independently of startup in the future, it may be, you know, billion-euro business, but if it's not our topic or not our theme, we are not involving ourselves.
Are there any other questions? If not, we'll just wrap up, and I would like you to stay with this idea that we have to look not only for a vision, but also for a mission. Mindaugas, forgive me.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for coming here and for sharing your wisdom and experience. And now the floor goes back to Maciek and the second walk of Eva fame.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a selfie.
Of course.
Can we take a quick selfie?
Sorry. Safe
for social media, which
selfie
we all know is very important.
Important. We like it or not, it's important.
Fix your hair.
Haha.
Yeah. Okay, we got it, guys.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you for the insightful panel. We will have yet another panel later on, but exactly as Renata have said, just in front of us in a few seconds, we'll have the second session for the Walk of Eva fame and another for distinguished and excellent and very inspiring women will be on this stage. Two of them will be joining me in a short interview and two of them will introduce their projects to you in a short pitch format. I will maybe mention them shortly and then I will ask the first speaker to come to this stage. So at the beginning we'll have a guest from Italy, Martina Riolino. Then we will have Lenka Zorko from Slovenia, Sirli Rosenwald from Estonia, and this is going to be a speech. And then Monika Gaszyńska from Poland. I have no problems in pronunciation Gaszyńska. Some of you might have, but we will train it today. And this is going to be an interview, big pleasure of mine. But now, in front of you, the first speaker, Martina Riolino. Please join us on the stage. Applause is ongoing. Martina, piacere. If you can wait 30 seconds, I will give a little introduction about things that you might possibly miss in your project presentation. For example, listen to that. Martina, she holds not only MA in communication sciences, but also she has an MBA. She graduated from Food and Wine Business School in Bologna, in the beautiful city of Bologna. Apart from that, she's a political leader, rewarded and honored with the Order of Cavaliere della Repubblica Italiana. I think in your case it should be Cavaliera, but I'm not super fluent in Italian. Maybe we can change it and there will be both genders in the title.
Cavaliere.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to Agrifood for having me here and for believing in... okay. Okay, just thank you to Agrifood for having me here and for believing in the power of women and their capacity to change and the ability that we have, and investing time and money in that. To Future Food Institute for bringing the project to life in Italy and for the coordination that they had overall through the program. To my tutor, Matteo, which challenged me and pushed me through the last months to give my best. And last but not least, my colleagues that are not here, but that I represent, because they are talented women and really creative, and they came up with amazing project that I do really hope that keep growing. So I'm an entrepreneur in the hospitality industry, and I have 2 restaurants already. One is in my hometown, which is La Spezia. It's a small town in Italy. And I opened it 13 years ago. It's a vegan restaurant, and it's a family one because I have it with my husband, who's somewhere over there in the audience to support me. And we opened another in Bali, in Indonesia, in 2019, right before COVID happened. And I'm also involved in some sort of political aspect for the hospitality industry. During COVID, the stillness of that time, I wondered and I came up with a new idea, which is the one I'm going to present, which is Zoe Food Evolution. I came up with it because I wanted to merge the sustainability of plant-based cuisine with the most loved one in the world, which is Italian cuisine. And I already do it in my restaurant, but I wanted to do it in a bigger way to have more impact in society. And the idea is to try to come up with a concept of a fast food, because fast food are often not original. They often serve the same kind of food. It's not a lot sustainable, and also it's not healthy for the consumer. So what we do instead is 100% plant-based, handcrafted pasta right on the spot. There is a window in which our customer can see all the process of the pasta making. We cook them with our own condiments, and we serve the pasta in the time of a fast food. It's a really, really fast process, but it's a fascinating one. The results, so it's a product that is more sustainable for the environment, and it's also healthier for the consumer and also good for the heart because it's really, really delicious. We talked about sustainability also before, and I think is a path. You are not sustainable or not sustainable. You only can grow towards sustainability. We try to look at social sustainability because we create an environment that is inclusive for diversity, and we try to create an environment in which people can grow. And also, of course, it's environmental sustainability. We keep a lot of attention on our suppliers. We have a very interesting project. We sell a beer that is made out with the waste of bread. And we have a project of making them a beer with the waste of our pasta makers. So it's we try to be very sustainable also in our supply chain. And we are sustainable because plant-based food is sustainable. There is a study last year, an LCA assessment study from the University College of London. They studied all the meals, meat-based meals, vegan meals, and vegetarian meals. And they came up with a number. A plant-based pasta, it's 17 times less impactful on the environment than a meat-based, the same dish based on meat. So daily, we choose to eat at least 3 times per day. And I'm really happy to be part of the last chain in the agri-food chain, the last mile, because I can offer an alternative to make people change daily the choice of food that they can taste. We have already opened our first store in Rome, and so the concept is going and is ready to scale up and be expanded in other countries, who knows, or in other cities in Italy. Thank you.
Grazie mille. Martina Riolino and her husband somewhere on the audience. Thank you for admitting that you benefit from variety of way of supporting your business and your family restaurant. If we get to La Spazia, we will definitely check by ourselves. Right now to the stage, I have a big honor to invite the mentioned female agri-food leader from Slovenia, Lenka Zorko. Please, Lenka, join me here on the stage. Applause. Lovely. Okay, we have microphone. Maybe for our guests here, if we can get few more bottles of water, in case somebody wants to have a sip, that would be really great. Thank you for joining me on the stage. And before we start, I would like to make those 3 notes about your experience, which might not eventually come up from the dialogue we will have. So first of all, you are a digital marketer. You are a specialist of over 10 years of projects and experiences. You founded Help Snack, which is a functionality, healthy snacks. And we will be talking about that predominantly today. But as an NGO insider, I work in NGO. You are also Login 5 Foundation, and now member, co-founder, or a volunteer. What you do in the foundation? Very briefly, if you can tell us.
I was helping them to start a new project and to grow it, because this is what where my strengths are. So growing startups in the initial stages.
Lovely. When you joined the stage, I saw Alexandra and Paulina coming back from their panel about work-life balance, and seeing your resume, which is outstanding and overwhelming for a lazy guy like me. I wanted to ask you first, how do you go with the work-life balance? Working till late night, or you find time for other endeavors apart from the business?
That's a perfect start. I'm doing badly with it.
Right.
I don't think I'm the only one in this room, right? But yes, the industry, so the startup industry, the digital marketing industry, all of them are really, really intense in the demands and in the pace. But what is also important that they are mostly run by men. So I was usually one of the few females in the industry facing up with it. But yes, I think all of us in generally would have pretty bad balance. But with like every year, with getting more and more mature, I think we are all slowly learning that it's a marathon, it's not a sprint in all industries.
So how your journey, how your marathon, or if not the sprint, looks like? An experienced manager in digital marketing has taken the role of a CEO of a startup company, and right now you are doing variety of products. Do you think that digital marketing helps managing to the managing position, or it's like nice to have addition?
I think it's very, very important, especially in the food industry, because it's one of the most competitive industries, one of the most consumer-facing industries. So I think I understand marketing in a broader sense of the empathy that we're mentioning today and connecting with people and listening to them. These are all marketing skills that I think are crucial for starting any new business in the food sector, even more maybe.
All right, we still have some time, so I will go with this question that was actually super interesting for me, because when I read the resume, and really it's not just a compliment, I was really surprised of your achievements. But now, can we have some examples about how your company helps in reducing food waste? Some examples which are easy to envision when we are listening to you.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm doing several things in the food waste area. So, yes, but maybe I think one of the, because we were already talking about the beer industry, and this is the one that I'm very familiar with, and that because we are in Eastern Europe, I think it's an appealing one to talk about, that the beer is actually just the end product is just the 15% of the ingredients that go in, and most of the rest still ends up as waste. So as we were like listening to Blaška and to all the other entrepreneurs already innovating in that space, what we are trying to do is take these mass industrial byproducts and come up with new products that can use these as functional ingredients. And I think whey is a very interesting example of that has happened in the last maybe 8 years. This complete transition, whey as a side product of cheese making that used to be going down the drains for years and years. And nowadays, there is not enough whey in the world, and it has a good price on the market, it's valued. So how can we now transfer that and make other byproducts valuable as well?
Lovely. Before we end, I know the format of 5-minute interview is a bit rushy to touch upon all of the topics that we might be all as your audience interested in, but maybe this one. You mentioned yourself that the agri-tech sector is very masculinized. Are there any like simple tips that you can give us, all of us, so that we can change the situation in next year or 2 years from now, apart from such great summits like this one where it's a huge support, but maybe your personal tips? Do you have some inspirations? How can we make it more feminine?
Yeah, just what you said. I think one thing that we didn't touch upon today yet in the discussions, and we are talking about balance, is that all of us hold the feminine and the masculine part in ourselves in different ratios. And what was really important, I worked among many very strong, powerful men, and at some points I was becoming more masculine than all of them. And I don't think this is the goal, right? For women to be successful by becoming more masculine. But I do think that right now the system is changing from the inside out as well. If maybe in the past, the masculine qualities were really important for successful business, because you could be focused, goal-oriented, go, go, go. Right now, with new complexities, we'd need to include more perspectives, to be cautious of more things. I think this is where the feminine qualities and innovation is being innovative and creative is one of the female qualities. And I think so naturally also now, I believe that the era of female-run businesses is starting.
It's starting now. I think we have not one political leader on the stage, but 2 already. Big applause, Lenka, Zorko. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you indeed. And now, the speech or the pitch from not far from here. Sirli Rosenwald came from Estonia, and she will be right in a second giving you a brief perspective of her business in Estonia. So please join us on the stage, and the audience, please welcome her with applause. And now my classic question. Would you prefer to stand over there with the microphone attached, or you want to use all the stage with this microphone?
I'm good here.
You're good. Okay. So before we say bye-bye to each other for next 5 minutes, I wanted to mention a few of your achievements and background interesting points, which is, of course, Funky Foods CEO is the main role that you came here to join your experiences with us. But apart from that, you are a researcher for over 10 years. I think this 10 is a magical number. Like all of you have over 10 years experience in something. But good. I appreciate that. You are doing also within your research the meat replacements or substitutes, and the filaments fungi are your creme de la creme and your specialty in this zone. So the floor is yours, and thank you very much for joining us to the Walk of Eva fame.
Thank you, and I'm very happy for the opportunity to be here. Yes, so I am a food researcher in a background, and in the last 5 years I have been working with sustainable foods, and mainly in the meat alternative category. And this is something that brought me into my path in a company called Funky Foods. And we are really trying to bring to the people a sustainable, healthy, but most importantly, delicious protein source. And when we look where we are today, then we have climate crisis. We all know that food industry, especially animal agriculture, is contributing to it a lot. And from the other side, the meat consumption is still increasing, the population is still increasing, and at one point, we don't have enough land to produce high quality protein to everybody. So we have to come out with some new technologies to produce ourselves food in an efficient way. So in Funky, we are working with mycoprotein, with filamentous fungi. Who doesn't know, these are microfungi, not the kind of that you can grow and pick under the forest, but you can find them in the soil, in the nature. But industrially, you grow it in a fermentation vessel, so it's more similar to a brewing industry. So you feed the fungi with sugars, some other nutrients, and they grow. And what's very important is that besides that this is a sustainable way of producing food, these fungi that have been selected for food consumption, they are very high in protein, and this protein is very high in quality, high absorbability in our intestines, and it also contains fibers, and fibers are also something that currently in Western diets we are not consuming enough. So I love to say that with Funky, you will get your meat and your oat porridge in one portion. And when we talk also about food security, what I love about our process is that these vessels to grow fungi, you can put it whatever place in the world where classical agriculture is not possible. So eventually you can grow your food anywhere locally. And when we started, we actually mastered the process of taking mycoprotein and making it to different food products. But today, we are following two separate paths. So we commercialize end products. We have our first prototype, which is fillet-type products that has been already sold in the first restaurants. But we also are developing our own mycoprotein production technology, and we are focusing to do it by using different food industry side streams. And we want to build technology on different side streams, so you can transfer technology to different parts of the world by using local side streams that is occurring over there, making the process even more and more sustainable. And regarding the EVA program, as I'm a researching background, I have no idea how the retail or HoReCa sales work. I was very pleased
pleased to have a mentor with more than 10 years in experience in food industry and knows how to do all the calculations, how to calculate the price, what are the different margins that are going upon the price when you are talking to the retailers, what are the contract conditions, things like that. So very specific and very important know-how to make us stronger, having a better position, starting to negotiate with retail and HoReCa partners. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. You already moved out from the stage. You had still 30 seconds, and I thought I will violate a little bit the rules of the house, and I will allow one question from the audience, accepting a mild punishment from both all us after the event. So if there is a question, I think we can allow it. We have a microphone. We are well armed. No? All right. So again, thank you very much, and huge respect towards the invention of using fungi as filaments for food, like meat substitutes. Thank you very much. And right now, as we spoke just at the entrance of this Walk of Ewa fame, I would like to invite in front of your eyes to this stage Monika Agaszyńska from the beautiful country of Poland. This is for you.
Thank you.
Oh, you brought something to eat. I have something for drink. We can have a good time together here.
Yeah. Let them see.
I hope you can see it in your web browsers, you internet guys, as well, because it's very well designed and it's beautiful. I also tasted in Warsaw, super tasty. One of my questions will be about economics of this, but I will come to that. Before we start, I want to introduce the very leader we have here on our stage right now. So about Monika. Well, graduated from psychology in Brisbane, Australia, came back to Europe, to Poland, to start their cheese replacement organic-based products. But you are also a traveler, you are a yoga instructor. Can you give us at least a brief information about what ignited the idea of running your own, quite complicated, honestly speaking, business, having such a diverse story? Australia, yoga, camper van.
Yeah, it was a lot of searching for my way and searching for something that is my passion. So I traveled, I tried living abroad, and I came back to run my own business with my husband. Actually, we run it together. The idea was mine, but he also helped me to actually put it on the shelf. So yeah, it started with our travels around Europe. We decided to move into a van and we traveled around, and in Portugal we found lupini bean, which is called tremoças over there. You might know it. And for me, I also am a dietitian, and it was like a game changer because it's full of protein. It's amazing source of plant-based protein, and it's full of fiber and vitamins. And I just said to my husband, like, we have to make a cheese out of it. And because it tasted also like a little bit cheesy, I started experimenting, and that's how our first two products came out after many trials and errors and experimenting, mixing, and for me, what was important was to make a product that's good for the planet, but also for our health. And it doesn't have. I mean, our first product was like really focused on that. It didn't have much fat. It was mainly lupini bean with all the spices, no preservatives, no additives, and this is what started the process of developing new products as well based on plant-based protein sources. But now we are looking into other plants than lupini bean.
Exactly. You were and still are the winner of Polish chapter of EWA program, Empowering Women in Agri-Food, and you are really a successful entrepreneur already. I can go to my neighborhood and find your products in the store. The question I wanted to ask you is about the economics of this product. Do you think that the crisis, the current, let's say, crisis, war-oriented Ukrainian, the Russian aggression to Ukraine crisis, and the earlier COVID and some other crises that our colleagues in the panel mentioned, might make people like me, a neighbor from one of European neighborhoods, to actually go with some, you know, old school things which are not maybe that tasty, that's beautiful. Do you have an answer to that? Aren't you afraid that price will actually diminish your market?
We fear that a little bit, but we created a product that's not too expensive, and it is a little bit more expensive than, I don't know, milk, cheese, but we want to make it accessible for everyone, and also we created new products that are even cheaper than our lupini bean products, and also we are trying to source lupini bean locally. We found already a few farmers that are growing lupini bean, the kind that we need, because there are many kinds of lupini bean. And it's very popular in Poland, but not this type exactly that we need. So we had to look for it and really try it. And it was bitter. Bitter lupini bean is also not really good for you, and you have to prepare it for a longer time. But the sweet version is... Yes, exactly, and it wasn't possible for us. But now we are actually sourcing it locally, and it looks really good. So I think this will also diminish the price of the product or increase our margin. But it's looking good.
Exactly, local. The word locally will be an entrance to the next question, and the last question I have for you today, which is: we are all Europeans, and I understand that for somebody speaking about international expansion to countries like Czech Republic or Lithuania or Germany is actually like, what? International expansion is a common market, wake up. But still, what are your next steps in terms of entering new markets? Because in Poland, you feel comfortable, understood. What about new markets? Any plans?
Yes, of course. We are still trying to be more accessible in Poland. So for the next half year, I think Poland will be our market. But after that, in the mid-2024, we would like to start focusing on looking on other countries to expand to. I think first will be Baltic countries, and because they're closer to us, and maybe we can actually do it, because many countries, they have restrictions, or hypermarkets, they have restrictions regarding the certificates that we need to have. So we'll try to go closer to us first, but we do have plans to go abroad and expand and grow.
I think it's enough to say that you definitely should follow this very lady and check where the tasty Serio cheeses are going to be available next seasons. Maybe can you explain why Serio sounds particularly cheesy in Polish?
Yeah, the name comes from the word ser. Ser is cheese in Polish, and serio is like seriously. So it's a little bit of a word game. And also, if you would like to try our product, I will cut some pieces outside, and you can have a try after at some break. I'm not saying you can skip any of the program.
Monika Gaszyńska, Serio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can terminate my microphone, sir, because I will go for a second here. And I will have summing up. Thank you very much. We already accomplished 2 out of 3 sections of the Walk of Eva fame. I like the format very much. It's I know it's not much time, but still it's so worthy to listen to our leaders of agri-food ecosystems in different countries, and all of your stories are so unique. I really need to say, as a member of the summit, I appreciate it a lot. Hopefully you like it too. Before we go to another parts of the summit of 2023, we have a very special guest in our schedule, and I think we are going exactly right on time. So without further ado, I will just introduce you the EIT Food Program supporter, big supporter, manager for entrepreneurship program in AIT Food South. And I will reveal his name just in a few seconds, he will be speaking about EIT food programs which do support gender balance in our agri-tech sector, and his name is Amparo de San Jose Ristera. Please join us to the stage. Of course, her name.
Big surprise, I'm a hare. I'm a sheep person.
Either this or that.
Okay, this one is okay. So I have a PowerPoint. I'm gonna talk a little bit, very briefly about our own programs because you probably heard enough. But I'm gonna give you a bit of data on women-led scale-ups. Some inspiring and some good news also for specifically this region. So you know that we have at the AIT Food, we have the Empowering Women in Agri-Food. That's mostly our only female program for females, women in the sector, but we have other programs to support you, also to grow internationally, but also to fundraise internationally. And the objective of this program is to have more gender balance in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, especially focus on bringing more women as investors so we can avoid the gender biases that different speakers mentioned in the morning, and Agnieszka also from the European Commission is supporting this work. So eventually what we will aim at achieving is that by having more women taking decisions on where venture capital funds and angel investors and banking institutions put the euros, so by influencing having more women there, we help entrepreneurs to get more funds. So I'm going to give you a flash. So I have until 15:15, is that correct? Yes? No? Yes? Okay, great. So I'll give you a snapshot of the situation of women-led scale-ups in Europe. So I'm going to start by defining what is a scale-up. This is a study that we did early this year in the first and second quarter, and we presented it in May last year. So it's based on deal room data. You know that data is difficult to get, especially when it comes to gender and startups. So that's the database we used. So here is a little bit of the definition. So first, a scale-up for us is a startup that has reached at least 50 employees, because you will recognize as entrepreneurs that paying 50 salaries every month, that's already an achievement. So that's the 50-person startup is for us a scale-up. And also another requirement is that they have gotten venture capital fund in the last 5 years. So here what we see in terms of database is we identified a number of scale-ups in Europe with this category, and up to 600, slightly above 604 startups are scale-ups in Europe. And then we will get a little bit on specific aspects of this research and learnings, and I will end up with some figures on Agrifood as well, and where you can get more friendly investors for your ventures in Europe. Whoops. Did I jump? Yes. I don't know if I jumped any. So this is the picture in Europe. So we have a bit more than 600 scale-ups. They have created, in the past 5 years, 70 billion euros. That means that they are the amount they are jointly valued at. And as we will see, they were growing a bit faster than the average. I said that we were considering scale-ups anything above 50 employees, and on average we had scale-ups, that had 88 employees, and the tenure, the time that they have been alive since the creation is 7 years. And as you can see, they bring a lot of value beyond value creation or sales or whatever, but is that they have jointly created 34,000 employments across the world. So if you want the data, it will be available. So the other important point, the first important point is in terms of value creation. In terms of the number of startups created. So here you can see that it's purely number. It's a no-brainer there. So there are more female-led startups, scale-ups, in the largest countries. So some of the usual suspects are the UK, France, and Germany. And you can consider, as I did for this study, I think that the UK is a continent itself, because they are so much ahead of the rest of Europe. There is probably somewhere to look at. You will see here, and just remember who is after that. So it's of course Spain, because it's a large country. So in statistically or demographically, I'm from Spain, so we should have more scale-ups there. Then there's Sweden, Italy, another large country, and then the rest are kind of more or less represented in terms of population. But here we will be looking at something here we look at something different that we will get in detail later. This is what I mentioned. So there are more startups, scale-ups in the UK, and they also create a lot more value. So they have been multiplied their value by, on average, and then you will see Lithuania stands out on this. So you see that the European women-led scale-ups, they have grown 6.5 times during the past 5 years. As I said, of course, a lot of that value is generated in the UK, and this is what the average scale-ups are growing in Europe. So you see, as building and contributing to the case for female-led startups is that female-led scale-ups also grow more than non-gender specific scale-ups. So the overall scale-ups were growing 5.5, and only female-led, they were growing 6.5. That's a lot of value, additional value created. Here, what we see as well is where they are creating value as a proportion of the different countries. So you remember we had the countries at the beginning in terms of startups that were, of course, UK, France, Germany, Spain, Sweden, Italy, Netherlands, and Sweden. But if we move here, if we compare within a country, that was overall. So you say, here you see Finland on the top, because it means that 23% of all the value created by scale-ups in Finland, almost 1/4 of them is created by female-led startups. So this, you can call it the most gender-balanced scale-up ecosystem. And if you see here, Italy surprisingly is there, and then Portugal, and then we go back to Iceland and Lithuania. So the average, so we said 8% female-led scale-ups contribute to 8% of the value created by scale-ups in Europe. So everything you see above 8% is great. 8% is very poor, because there is 92% of the value that is created by non-female-led startups. But this is good news for the countries that are above, and this is where we should be looking at to catch up as well. So you see Lithuania. And here what we have is what has been happening in the past years. So markets are this 8% on average. It was not equally distributed over the 5 years. There are some countries or some female startups in different countries that have been performing extremely well. And here you will recognize some of the Nordic and Baltic countries. So this is how much female-led scale-ups have been growing in the past year. So you see, remember the average was 6.5, and the average for non-female was 5.5. So you see that Austrian female-led scale-ups in the past 5 years have grown 56 times, a multiple of 56 times. So if you're probably an investor, you have a good portfolio in Austrian female-led startups in the past 5 years, you have made very likely very good results. But if you are above, for those countries that are above the 6.5, there is a lot. No, I mean they have not been moving that fast in the past years. And another important area that we have discussed in different presentations before, or you have been listened to this, is this is how is represented the risk country. So this is our region, what we call the 17 countries that we have, and unfortunately, risk countries have grown half. Female-led scale-ups have grown less than half than the other startups. So we have a lot of this is probably we are word for some of you, but the risk countries are those that are low or moderate innovators. That's more an EIT wording thing. And you will see here, that this is more or less represented, and we have the CE countries, also Southern Europe, that is growing below the average. So there's a lot of work to do. We've been discussing, the panelists have been giving a little bit of the picture of the funding landscape in Europe for female startups and also scale-ups, of course. And Agnieszka mentioned that in 2023, probably they were going to close with 3%, but it was normally 2%, and even 2022 was below this 2%. So it's really little amount of money that is going to female startups, even if 2% is only to all female, but even if we consider mixed teams, that's already a low percentage. So actually this is what happened until last year. Last year it recovered a little bit, but we had female founded startups and scale-ups. For both, there was an incredible amount of growth in 2021. 2022 went low, and 2023 is catching up. It's not finished, but it's going to catch up more or less. But there's still a lot of work to do. But if you see, in 2022, from 21 to 22, female startups, they really suffer collecting money as compared to their counterparts, because the reduction was a lot higher for women-led scale-ups. And again, not news that this is a poor redistribution of the facility that women scale-ups have to get money. So if you are in the risk countries, again, there is the south and the north and east borders of Europe, then you see Spain and Italy, that of course are bigger countries, and we have more venture capital funds, so that's why they stand up there. And then, of course, Poland, another big country, but there is, as I mentioned, we should be working to have more gender-friendly VC ecosystem. And the picture is, as I say, is the percentage of women, the percentage of funding that scale-ups, these are the best startups of the scale-ups, the percentage of money that these successful startups that become scale-ups is being more or less stable. You see, there is a bit of upwards in the amount of money, but in terms of deals, it's more or less the same. So the trend is flat, not very inspiring though. Yes, okay, and then I want to give you a little bit of sector highlights. So we also, there is some homework maybe for us in Agrifood to do to get better results there. So what you see here is where the VC industry is putting their money in scale-ups. So you see the top 10 industries by VC investment. So who are the entrepreneurs that are getting money? Are those entrepreneurs in health, those entrepreneurs in fintech, and enterprise software. Then the fourth category is food, is agri-food altogether. So that's in terms of where is the money going. This is in terms of the value that is created. There is a way to see the return on investment that those investors that are putting in here. So if you see there is a drop, a considerable drop in 2 positions in the food sector. That means that despite it's an interesting sector, the food sector should deliver higher growth and higher return on investment for investors if we want to keep the privileged position of being almost among the top. So that's some work to do. And it's some work to do, I mean that it's not the fault of entrepreneurs. I mean that probably value created is mostly in this report highlighted by the valuation of startups. So that probably means behind that, what is hiding is that agri-food startups are getting lower, scale-ups are getting lower valuations than startups in other sectors, namely fintech, where you see that they create more value than the money they receive directly. So they are benefiting from having large valuations, high valuations. And this is what we do, women. This is, you see, you remember where the money was going. The money was going to health, the money was going to fintech, and the money was going to enterprise software. And this is where women are becoming entrepreneurs. In wellness, beauty, kids, education, fashion, food, home living. So no wonder that it's more difficult for us to get money, and it's more difficult for us to grow with that money, of course. And then you see where the money, the percentage of VC funding as a total the percentage of VC funding as a total of VC funding into scale-ups. So if you look at that, you see again that it's changing a little bit, and you get, again, the same sectors getting more money proportionally. Okay, I will skip it. Sorry, no, I'll go back to this. This is something that is very important. That is that female-led scale-ups are more active in deep technologies, and we are getting more money than before doing deep technologies. So that means that is the same for impact. So when we put together female talent working for impact and female talent working for deep tech, then we have more chances of getting money and getting and creating more value for investors. So here we'll have some figures on the specifically out of this report for the food sector. So out of the 604 scale-ups that I mentioned, there are 51 women-led scale-ups only. So a little bit less percent. So you remember that the overall number of female-led scale-ups was 8%. So there are, in terms of numbers, there are slightly some more startups as a proportion, but we are getting some 10% of the funds, which is good. We are performing well there, but we are creating less value for investors again. So that's something that we should focus if we want to put the sector at the top. There is 1.6 billion euros that these companies have raised over the past 5 years, and for the rest there are food startups. Agri-food startups are very similar in the evolution and in the growth patterns, apart from this, from the rest of the startups. And the women-led scale-ups in food, they are located, no surprise, in the United Kingdom, in Germany and France. And you see that there are many countries that are not even in the picture because we stopped portraying there, with one in Sweden and one in Portugal. So below the rest of the countries, they have 0 startups. And there is something worrying, and this is, I think this is the beauty also of IWA, is that these startups, these scale-ups are all, or mostly all of them, located in the big entrepreneurial hubs. So female entrepreneurs that are outside those hubs really have difficulties to launch a startup, and specifically to grow a startup and get it to the stage of a scale-up. So in France, almost all of them are in Paris, and in Germany there is also a high concentration in really big entrepreneurial and venture capital hubs. So on a positive note, you will see here which are the funds that are more active in investing in startups and which are the organizations that can support you in doing so. So these are the latest venture capital funds that are focused specifically on women-led startups, women-led scale-ups, well, women-led startups. So you see that in the Nordics, there are some of them in Copenhagen, Tallinn, and of course doesn't mean that there are only these venture capital funds investing in women, but I'm mentioning just those new initiatives that have a commitment to invest in more female-led startups. And this is a complement, so you can use all these programs across Europe, because you mentioned that the support programs by EIT Foods, even by EIT, but you don't have to look only at us. You can look elsewhere, because all these organizations, they have a commitment to support entrepreneurs in Europe and to help them to fundraise. So of course, IWA is them as a key one. Whoop, oh, let's go. Okay. Something that everybody likes, not me that much, but just to give you a highlight on unicorns that are not part of the study, but we also paid attention to see, okay, we see that there are many women, if you go across the EU, it's probably between 20 and 30% women creating companies in the different countries, startups. Then we get to 8% of scale-ups, and we said, okay, we're going to have a look to the unicorn picture. And you will see, out of 300 unicorns, just 1 in 50 have a female founder. So that's not 8% even. So you see, this is they have mixed teams. So you have an 8% of unicorns that have a mixed team. And here they are. Here you will recognize a couple of them, but come from our sector. Sorry, you were taking pictures. Okay, picture time. Okay. It's public, the report is public, so you can download it. If you don't find it in Google, I can send it to you. So these are some of the unicorns that we identified that had a woman founder. I didn't mention this at the beginning, but women-led scale-ups are those scale-ups that have a woman that is a CEO, that is a woman, or a woman that is a founder and has equity in the company. So you will recognize aquí HelloFresh. You can press no. IP-based food scale-up is an e-commerce, and you have also Infarm there. And of course, no surprise, well, yes, there is a surprise that they are not based in the UK, but they are based in Germany. Okay. So I think that this is everything from my side. I hope that I didn't bore you a lot with data at this time of the day, but this is important to highlight that there's still, despite the positive outlook in some places and despite the work that we are doing at EIT, at the EIC, at the EIF, there's still a lot of work to do to get, not to squeeze out male entrepreneurs, but to get our share of this market as we should be doing. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are questions.
Thank you very much indeed. As an ex-venture capitalist, I would say outstanding presentation. I love these numbers. Where can we get again the full report?
Okay, there are two ways. One, you Google EIT Foods deal room scale-ups study, or you email me.
All right. It's an invitation. It's an open invitation. It cannot be, recalled right now. Thank you very much. Again, in front of you, Amparo de San Jose Riserra. Thank you again for the presentation. And right now we will go to the panel presentation, or panel discussion maybe rather. So yes, the panel. Thank you very much for water. The panel will take 3/4 of an hour, and it will have 3 distinguished guests from different sectors, which I like very much, because we'll have management and consulting, we'll have policy making, and we'll have scientific branch present on the stage. And speaking of what, I will first introduce the title of the panel, then introduce guests, then you will be crazy applauding them, and we will go into discussion with a few questions that we already have in plan. By that time, you can see some of our friends leaving the meeting. It's not because they are displaying certain regards towards or regrets towards the meeting. It is just because Nevenka has her workshop right now. It's a parallel session, and you can join it if you like. It's called How to Produce and Sell Agri-Food Products in a Sustainable Way, and it's going to be held just next door. So this is probably the last moment. Later we need to decide right now, and later either you are with us on a panel or with Nevenka on her workshop. Talking to the panel, gender balance in the agri-tech sector, why men and women shall cooperate for a better future of our food system. And it's a natural question if we know that Women in Agri-Food Summit 2023 has its own slogan, its own claim, which is balance for the future. So we couldn't really skip this very topic. And to the stage, I have an honor, honestly speaking, to invite Lorena van der Kolk, from managing partner from Schutelar and Partners International. Applause. A very good position. You can decide wherever you like to sit. A little bit less comfort in decision making. We'll have Professor Aleš Kuchar, EIT Food Hub Lead in University of Ljubljana. Welcome.
And the females, because I feel privileged that I'm the second on the floor, so I'll sit here. Thank you.
Good. Actually, we go with the alphabet more than with the gender identity. And right now we'll go. Actually not. Does the organizer have their own ideas of how to go? Maybe they left Małgorzata Druciarek for the end, just to have a very strong accent
for
here.
Dessert.
Gender and diversity manager, EIT Food Northeast. Małgorzata is with us, and she's being applauded as well. Please.
Here or here, you prefer?
It should be your decision, really, so I'm not looking. Okay, thank you. It's very kind because I will sit here right away. I just still prefer to remain standing for a bit just to give our audience, our friends of the Women in Agri-Food Summit 2023 a brief of introduction about each one of you. And since you have a spectacular legacy and experiences, it will take really a minute or something, so please sit comfortably. Because before you start speaking, I really want to just highlight a few of the experiences. And starting with Małgorzata, gender equality expert, not only gender equality, but mainly gender equality expert, we can say with 15 years of experience, both in research and policy consulting, both quantitative and qualitative measures or methods of research within her works and papers. She is also on equal treatment of women and men in different areas of social life. An important thing to say, gender and diversity officer in the EIT Food. I said that, but I haven't said something else, which I think it's also spectacular to mention. Get this. Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Interparliamentary Union, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, European Parliament, European Commission. These are all the institutions where Małgorzata is an expert and a supporter, a consultant for different projects. So I thought, really, so many institutions, you must be very busy. I'm not even asking about work-life balance because we will not get anywhere. And co-founder of the Gender Equality Observatory. It's an organization, maybe some of you knows it. I actually knew it before even the summit. It's an initiative that is monitoring the progress of different implementations of gender equality policies in Europe. So this is a little bit about Małgorzata that we have selected for today. Next to Małgosia, there is Lorena van de Kolk. As I said, and you might remember that, managing partner at Schutelar and Partners, where she is heading the S&P practice, we can say, or International Agri-Food Department. Lorena has a vast experience in European law and funding programs, so we can also talk with you a little bit about the regulations and legislation, I think, actually with all of you. You will see Ales in a second. She started DG Mare. It's a branch or a project of European Commission, and implemented community-led local development program of the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. Correct?
Yes.
Founding member of Gaia, Gender Alliance for Innovation in Agriculture, a big legacy as well. Smart Agri Hubs, it is also your initiative. Yes. You co-founded it. I feel so small next to you, but I'm only an assistant who gives the questions, so good. And Professor Ales Kuchar, specialized, and now the list is long. I will just narrow it down to a few things. Applied biosciences, here you, sir, have defended your master degree and then your PhD. You are specialized, he knows what he's specialized, I'm addressing this word to you. He is specialized in macroeconomics modeling, and here is like lots of things, econometrics, food economics, the general, let's say, global system of food distribution and economical system attached to that. Also, as I read, you are analyzing and writing papers about customers' behaviors in the food tech market. I will have a question for that, special question. He is also Vice Dean for Department of Development, Quality and Knowledge Transfer at the Biotechnical Faculty of University of Ljubljana. And mentor, speaker, author of papers and books. Thank you very much for creating such a strong panel today. I'm joining you right now. Maybe water will help the moderator. Now, I thought I will start with a quiz question, but actually I dropped this idea. We can finalize the discussion with that. I will go rather with what Amparo has just presented to us on her fine presentation about scale-ups and VC financing. 8.4% of women-led scale-ups in agri-tech attracted 8.8, so very similar number of venture capital money. I know it's reflecting the general situation in the venture capital market as a whole, but do you observe a little bit at least of shift? Do you see that more and more projects? It's a general question. Anyone who wants an answer. I'm looking at your eyes. I will grasp who wants to answer first. Do you see there is a change already, or we are here just to make the change? I can tell you this.
Of course, we are here to make a change.
This is our main mission and our main goal. I checked this while Amparo was presenting, and there is a little bit of a shift. We have luckily increase in this proportion, but the proportion is really dramatic. It's so unequal. The balance for agri-tech sector is something that you are all contributing for years. And maybe I will start with Małgorzata with a, somebody can say, a philosophical question. But you've been working in a field of diversity for, as we heard, 15 years, like officially and professionally. Probably before that you were also interested in this field, because we rarely start our careers just from, from moment zero. There are always some presupposed interest. And from your perspective, why is really this topic of our panel, of our summit, so diversity in agri-food sector, really important? Maybe I'm just an advocate of the devil. Maybe it's not that important. If somebody wants to work in agri-food, let him or her do that. If not, and let's just don't think at those proportions, so unequal proportions as we see from the venture capital market.
Well, it is a philosophical question, quite a while. Well, in general, diversity is important in the whole society, so that's the first answer. We're talking more about agri-food sector and innovations, and there were many great speakers today that actually mentioned major data and reports on that, so it will be really difficult to say something new and fresh at this moment. But as Christina said, it's not always about, saying something innovative and new, but, repetition is sometimes key to success. Those who have kids would agree with me, suppose. So in terms of innovation, we shall remember that innovation is about selling products and creating new services and products that will be accepted by consumers. And I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but between 17 and 80% of all consumer decisions are made by women. So from this perspective, in agri-food sector, it's not only about being fair and to make the system fair. It's also about building trust in the food system, but it's also, as many already mentioned here and pointed out, it's affordable from the business perspective also. And when we talk about innovation, not only in agri-food sector, but we are here focusing on this one, when we talking about out-of-the-box thinking, it's about bringing diverse perspectives, diverse points of view, in order to actually, our main goal is to understand the unmet needs. So those unmet needs are important both from the social perspective and also, as said, from business perspective, because it makes money, basically.
So I understand that the supposition here would be like that if we really understand that women participation in agri-tech sector, agri-food sector is important, then the general shape of the sector will be economically stronger. Yes, we will just have better, more optimal system and better values.
Yes, remembering that diversity is not only about gender, but yes, basically yes.
Of course. Thank you very much for that. And Lorena, if I may.
Yes,
if
sure.
I may go to you. And now maybe another element of the house rules. Whenever you only feel interested in interrupting, giving your own comments, it's absolutely acceptable, even welcomed by the audience. So please go ahead. To this point, maybe some comments. If not, I will go with the specific questions to the philosophical question of, is really balance in diversity in gender important for the sector as it is. If you like, some comments to what Małgorzata has said.
Well, I think it's important to realize that we need to speak out and we need to really reinforce this. And I like what she said about repetition, because I think representation matters. And when you're seeing role models, it gives you also a bit of wings to be able to create your own business, your own path. And actually, I'm a bit representing the whole value chain, so not only women entrepreneurs in agri-food, but also women farmers, young women that would like to study agri-tech. If you go to the tech world, it's very male-dominated. Women don't get the chance to be, so vocal. So I think we still need to speak up. Things are changing, of course. I mean, if you go the member states, if you see the reality in the ground, women already are in the lead. But I think we need to make a bit of more showcase of that and building that confidence that you can speak out, and showcase that transformation, because the transformation is happening already.
So can we? Is it safe to conclude, Lorena, that Gender Alliance for Innovation in Agriculture, your initiative,
yes,
is actually a platform to speak up and repeat, as Małgorzata suggests,
exactly
those important claims or important notions? Yes, this is your field. Can you elaborate a little bit more about that? What is the role of your organization in this broad mission?
Sure.
2-3 examples would be very handy for our audience.
Of course, but I really like the buzzword, so maybe we will use that for the next speech when we want to present Gaia,
Sure.
because this is really what Gaia is about, actually. And while we figure out working in European projects in the agri-food sector that women are very involved, but then if you look at leadership or managing or who's actually representing a use case, an innovation experiment, a flagship case, or even, putting a new product into market, you always see males. Males are actually going to showcase that. And then you wonder, where are the women? Women are, left behind in doing the work. And then we came up with this, a bit of more gender equality and representation. So with Gaia, and to give you very few concrete examples, we work with young farmers. So young women that would like to take the lead, but they don't have the possibility because, I don't know, they don't own a farm, and then the generational gap and renewal is an important issue, because actually farm owners would like to pass on that to their son and not to their daughter. So things like this, so working with young females in farms to be more represented and actually to access European funding, because funding is another issue why women are not really, at the same stage with men. And we focus on different pillars, actually: networking, capacity building, mentoring, but also communication. Because I think someone said before, I don't know in which panel, it's so difficult to communicate about the work, and you think it's, a complete separate task, it's difficult to do, but actually it's so easy when you are genuine and passionate about the things you do. Communication just comes out, but you need to build that. So we are working also on this aspect, which I think it's very important, and many of the startups and new businesses need to disseminate and promote themselves a bit more.
When I'm listening to you, I think you might be a good example of this passion and enthusiasm, which meant to be a compliment, but really I think it's important when you just communicate the information and you don't attach a little bit of passion and your personal magic to the project, it never works, certainly. Talking about magic, question to Aleś. Magic coming from science, because here recently I was talking with one of our friends on a different meeting, on a different summit. It was about AI, about the AI bias. Well, we all probably know, if not then please notice that there are some problems with algorithms and machine learning processes that, for example, I know exclude bold, blonde, 40 years old male from some equations, and we are underrepresented, for example. But of course the bias might be different. And in research of agri-food, agri-tech, the general food and agricultural market. Do you think that, or can you tell us, is there somehow equal proportion between female and male scholars, or it's like dominated by ladies or dominated by gents?
Yeah, first of all, congrats for the event and also for your really sparkling mentoring, or how to say, hosting.
Go to the question.
Yeah, hosting is really excellent event, by the way, and also the discussion is heating up. Before I answer to your question, we heard a lot about the balance, and we have to speak up also something else. As a teacher, as a professor, I always promote the big picture. At the moment, this event and our excellent listener, guests in the audience, of course, we are dealing with big issue, which is really a local one. So we're talking about gender balance in developed food systems. But my biggest concern is, and I always look at the global picture, and I will not be happy if we do not spend few minutes on really big issues which are part of the agri-food system, global one, and extremely important role in this issue, there is a female and woman power. So it's a global hunger. I know it's a party breaker now, because we would like to talk about fancy, but my dear colleagues, millions of people are suffering hunger in less developed countries. And even there, female role is really a crucial one. Around 40% of global workforce in paid form in agriculture is female, around 43. But they have 10 times less access to means of production in agriculture. So 43 labor force, around 5% of the total access to means of production. If we could think of balancing the access to means of production between female and male, we could increase the productivity in less developed countries by 20 to 30%.
Sounds unbelievable, but
it's really unbelievable.
Simple math.
And so we can reduce the hunger, global hunger, between 17 and 20%. So of course, the developed countries, as we are, we have also to do important things and make a balance in the role of female. We will discuss this later. But I think, please do not forget that we are living in a global, in a world which has really extremely inconvenient phenomena like people dying from hunger. We can go on how strange the human animal is, and self-destructive. We heard about the Ukraine, we see the Palestine, and so on and so forth. So really we have to balance ourselves first, a bit of philosophical ping pong going back. Yeah, and this is probably the last, but I really have this mission to open also in our beautiful countries and developed countries, the fact that people are dying from hunger and some people are also dying from overfeeding. So this is a global issue I would like to bring, and female also, of course, have a very, very important role here in balancing the global system. And now going back to your excellent question, in the research teams, I am somehow privileged because the research teams that the companies which I collaborate with, I work, they are disbalanced towards female. So your mission or your statement was that always the male are presenting the food products. I'm so happy that it's not true for me. So we have in the research area and product development teams, it's vast domination of female, which is not okay. But then on the managerial part of the companies, of course, we see majority of the people the leaders are male. And that, that's one of the balance we have to work out, of course, because it's not productive.
I just want to intervene. I mean, you wanted a heated discussion, so now I'm going to counter argue. I think positive discrimination should happen more. So I think if we have even more women than men in at front of leaders, I think it should be what we focus now. So I don't believe there is too much. Maybe in your case, but I want more women at power. I want more women to be the role model.
Me too.
And of course, we need to count on men allyship because it is important. And I'm always saying it. I like to be in front of an audience and I like to speak to women, but we don't need to be preached because we already know what needs to happen. So we need to have more men in the room to preach them our story. So we need to bring the men in the same story and the telling story that we have. But more women at power and more positive discrimination, I encourage that. Let us worry afterwards.
Yeah.
More women in power and more men listening. So high five, Aleś.
We are the first
good
two,
examples. Yes. Great. Let's jump back to Małgorzata, to your experiences, and a fundamental question that comes so close to the agri-tech, to our Agrifood Women in Agri-Food Summit 2023, because this is not the only initiative of European Union and different European branches and agendas and agencies for empowering women in our very sector.
No, they're one of the best ones.
They are one of the best ones, or even the best one, we can say. But do you feel that the state of the art in European Union, in our countries, in our continent, is that in 2 or 3 years we can see a jump, we can see increase in those effects that we are all talking here, those dreams, those wishes that Lorena mentioned, for example. What can we do in a short run, in a short perspective, to see a difference? Next year, in some other great city of Europe, maybe we'll have some more optimistic proportions and numbers.
Well, I wouldn't like to disappoint you much, but in the short run, there is not much we can do. We're talking about systemic changes, so it takes time to actually change the system, as Magdalena Gryszko mentioned. It's not about, well, those initiatives are crucial and education is crucial and many other aspects are crucial, but to change the system, we need more actions and more time, especially. So I can't come up with any solution that would, change the world in 1 year, as you say.
You actually shared with us one great solution at the beginning of this panel, saying that we need to repeat and repeat why women are important, like super important representatives in this equation of making the agri-food system or sector more efficient and valuable.
And also sustainable, what also have been mentioned a few times.
Maybe a word on that, about sustainability?
Yes, it also refers to what Aleś mentioned, and to more global perspective, because we, for example, have a recent report from FAO. FAO is a United Nations organization dealing with food and agriculture. And they actually proved what you said, that empowering women in agri-food sector reduces sharply the hunger, boosts the economy, but also reinforces the resilience towards such shocks as, for example, COVID pandemic or war or climate change. So we know and we have proved that women are agents of change. So we should work on their empowerment and do whatever we can to let them in and to let them act. So that's the first aspect. We also know that women are more active in terms of sustainability and eco actions within NGOs as a form of public activism, but also in a private sphere, so within their households. So they take more sustainable decisions, which is also important and influences the whole society. And what is really important, not only because it's the topic that I'm interested in, but also we also have data showing, proving that in those countries where women are more present in national parliaments, decisions taken, policies made within those countries are more sustainable. So we are agents of change. And if we are talking about changing the system, we need to change the rules of the game, actually, to change the whole system, because women have been working in the agri-food system forever, so maybe it's time to actually make the agri-food system work for women for a while.
All right, very, very fair observation, or actually a manifesto that I would remember that. If I'm not mistaken, please let's repeat it once again.
I'm not sure if I can repeat it.
Yeah, but it's like the countries in European Union which have more female representatives in their parliaments have what, faster or more efficient?
No, they make more sustainable policies. Legislation, yes.
All right, and when by chance maybe you remember when you were measuring that, it's 2023 or maybe some last years?
No, it's measured every year. There are some institutions like Interparliamentary Union which checks that every year.
All right, so this is magnificent observation, and thank you for sharing that. Let us jump to Lorena. With still both Aleś and Małgorzata can exercise your right to interfere whenever you like and you are pleased. And the question to you will be, you encourage women to speak up and to be more active. This is your dream. I think this is all of our dreams are actually the same. We want to see more and more female leaders atop of organizations, NGOs, parliaments, governments, companies. Nice. But what do you think can encourage? You have this awareness, you have this consciousness, but what can increase the awareness of, let's say, my stepsister? She's 21, she's a student, and when I talk with her about leadership, she says like, leadership, let other people be leaders. Is there something you can recommend us as an encouragement for ladies, all age ladies?
Yeah, well, I think there are several important factors, but one would be representation, and I'm not getting tired of mentioning that because representation really matters. So when you see someone that could be your hero, your model, and that it's achievable, because many women dream of doing things, but then life gets into business, like you have a kid, you have someone to take care of, you have responsibilities, you feel you are not motivated enough, or maybe the legislation in that country is not so friendly towards women, you don't get the necessary funding, people don't believe that your business model is really the right thing. So I think we need to have representation in all sectors. We need to have more female managers in banks that would give loans to other young motivated women. We need to have women in local municipalities. We need to have women in social security. We need to have more women that could understand the situation of a woman and be in their place and understand the value of a network and of, because it's so easy to dream, but if you don't see someone doing the same thing that you are doing, you don't realize how easy or how difficult it is. So to me, representation is one in all aspects: a teacher, a researcher, a politician. You need more representation. And I'm not talking only of women, because white women, but I'm also talking of more diversity. You need to believe in that dream that someone like you, that looks like you, made it up there,
All right, I understand that we call for greater representation of women in different verticals and horizons, of course, but I really want
how do we do that?
How do we encourage, please use the example
Okay,
of
I
my
will use a
stepsister.
very...
what would you say to her?
First of all, I think quotas. We need quotas. And then we need to have those quotas. And I would say to your sister or sister-in-law that, you need to give it a try. And if you don't want to be a leader, that's fine, but you can be a role model. You don't always have to be in, top management to actually give an example. So you need women in all kind of sectors and fields and levels to help each other. And I think that's also a thing that maybe women are not so good at, empowering other women. So I think we also need to realize the power of, you know, when you are in a position and you made it, you are successful, you need to help other women that are at the start of their career or they are in a similar situation. We need to help each other more, I think, women.
I'm double happy because of what you have said, how you have concluded this part of our panel, because the moderator cannot have a better situation than just, you know, you gave Aleś such a ball that my question will go like that right now. So I understand that women should support other girls, other ladies in being role models in your communities, neighborhoods, academias, jobs, companies. But what about men? What would you say if a man come to a lady, a colleague from work, from a working environment, and this is the question to you, Aleś, and the man, this gentleman, this colleague, male colleague says, hey, friend, why don't you show up more oftenly in our meetings? Why don't you play the role of a role model in our organization? And the question is, don't you think that sometimes this kind of very positive, in my opinion, attitude might be seen as a mansplaining, like, why you men even talk to us like that? You don't tell me what I should do. Is there any scientific or social response that you discuss with your colleagues for this kind of dilemma?
What I do, of course, I can expose how my team is composed of. So I have 9 co-workers and 1 male and 8 female colleagues. And to be serious, how I stimulate my colleagues to flourish. I focus on men. I give men more work, also in the teamwork, you know. I think this heavy focus on female power, exposing and so on and so forth, very important. But let's go to the core problem here. What is the root cause of this problem? It's very simple. Female have much more responsibilities in the society than we do have. So if you would like to, you know, empower female, you should give more different tasks to male, and that's what I do. It's maybe a little bit, you know, oversimplifying, but I don't care about female, and I really give the proper heavy overburden in my teams to male, and then female automatically flourish. They come out, then they became leaders, then they became the decision makers. So it's you know, it's also from the, let's say, development process or logic of change. What is the root cause? Root cause, and if you go back to the global perspective, which I love very much from my history when I was studying development economics in sub-Saharan Africa, you know, those figures about burdens and you know, disbalance occupation of female in rural societies of, you know, sub-Saharan Africa is just crazy. And how that you can expect, you know, balance in all these kind of you know, results. So the simple, you know, find a man, team of, you know, guys, and give them a lot and complex works, and then you will see that the total burden will find a balance, and then female can flourish. That's my secret spice. You know, so work much more with, you know, you have a team, and, you know, male, they need more attention with, you know, heavy burden, and then female part of the team will start to flourish. But of course, you have to be a good leader. My important, let's say, fundamental, you know, thing with leadership is that I work a lot with young people. So it's, you know, you can give them the tasks, you can give them the projects, but usually, you know, in European culture, we mid-aged, bald happy professors, we go away. We leave the team, you know, develop your own team dynamics and everything it will be perfect. It's not working. So you give them power, you give them tasks, but then you're with them. Yeah. Otherwise, the work will not do. So, you know, think about male. Yeah. And then female balance will happen. Give them, you know, if you go to the global perspective, you know, let's male go to collect waters. I remember from my early days of my study, billions of hours in sub-Saharan Africa are wasted or used by female to bring, I'll not use the word, but water to the households, while male are, you know, talking bullshit. Let's change it.
I think comments from both Małgorzata and Lorena will be immediate.
Yeah. Aleš, go and bring us water.
Thank you for that. In the meantime, I may ask some of the kind organizers maybe to reconnect us with the internet people who are being with us. Maybe there are some questions and I could maybe use my moderating authority to read a question or two to you. So if somebody can help with that, I would be super happy. Ladies.
So to your surprise, I would actually partly, you know, agree with Aleš in a way that actually it goes in line with what has been said here already. I don't know, for example, by Magdalena, that we know, and we don't have to look for Africa even to know that still in Europe, the division of, for example, household duties has a huge impact on the women's involvement in public sphere. And if we don't change that, we will not change the system. So yes, I agree. Maybe, well, I feel a bit pity of your colleague, male colleague in your team.
He's very strong one.
General,
He's very strong.
In general, looking at the whole society, yes, I agree that we will not change it without men's involvement and men's major involvement in a private sphere, which is also would be beneficial for them.
All right, but Małgorzata, so really help us or help people like me
yes.
who are a little bit afraid of the you know, accusation of mansplaining, and sometimes I found it on my own practice, professional practice, that sometimes I prefer not to give any suggestions when we have a general meeting or not to step up too strongly, because then somebody will say, hey, you are a man and you are telling us what we should do to be more active and having more responsibilities. What should be the right
Well, you always run that risk, but I think in the majority of cases, women would appreciate such a support, both from men and women. And here I would like to strongly agree with Lorena that, well, we're talking about men and raising awareness of men, but I think we should also raise awareness of many women, because we generally don't support each other often. And this is something that also should be changed, that women should support other women in order to change it, so change the system. So I wouldn't be afraid much of such a situation.
All right.
In your case.
Thank you very much. We will jump to Lorena with the same question about mansplaining as an element of this balance recultivation we want to have in our agri-food sector. In the meantime, I will just say that thank you all of you who are commenting on our chat, question and answer section. They are mostly like words of thankfulness to all the speakers. And if you have any questions, because I will not just read how much you appreciate our speakers today, then please go ahead, and we have good access right now. We can share these questions, so you can be closer to the panelists as much as the audience here in Vilnius. So, Lorena?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to disagree completely
All
with
right.
certain things that Aleš was saying. No, but I think you shouldn't give more work to men to make women shine. That's completely wrong, in my opinion, again. But I think you need to change the system. Why do women have more burdens at home? You should make, someone was mentioning maternity leave. You should have the same amount of time of paternal leave. So why do women do certain things? Well, because men think they don't need to do that. So you don't need to change it in the company. You need to change it in the society.
But that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So give them more work, of course. I mean, give them fraternity leave. We have it.
But
so what's the difference between...
That's one thing, and I agree with that. We need to encourage that. But you can't say that, well, at least in my opinion, that men can do much more than women, and then women have the possibility to be, promoted. Because I think if men and women have the same situation at home, then they would have the same path, and then they could take the same challenges, and then they could take the same raises or promotions or so on. But you need, I think a woman can do even more, in I don't know, a stress situation or challenging situation. So to me, that maybe the practice and the results are good, but the philosophy or the principle, I can't be convinced.
What is
but we
then
can
the
continue.
philosophy? What is the philosophy? Because you all the time speaking more,
Yeah.
but the question is how? Systemic change. What is systemic change?
Well, it's everything. I would say our beliefs.
Everything is nothing.
We are gender biased. Like, for example, I'll give you a question, and I'm completely honest about this. My 3-year-old son asked me, "Mommy, what is a pilot?" And my first reaction was, "Is the man the man that flies a plane?" And I stopped for a second, and I went, how am I going to give this definition that is a man that flies, a plane? And then I stopped and I said, it's a person that, but so these are the changes that I'm talking about, because we also were raised with this philosophy, with this gender-biased culture and system and so on. So yeah, I think we need to do small changes every day.
I'm so lucky that I was raised with equality in the gender family, and the society as well, where this is really very much present. The gender equality in my beautiful boutique country, Slovenia, it's really there, and cultural as well. So that's maybe our understanding is a little bit different, but I totally agree with you, and support that also other countries will, and I completely confirm that it's a cultural matter. And then you go back to the root causes, and if you have a small, problems as I see them, then this kind of stimulation, and exposing more work to male can improve, the situation.
But did you ask your female colleagues what they feel about that?
I mean, for me, this is also something. We do not discuss because it's not an issue very much, at least in my, and also one philosophy.
Maybe they don't want to share it.
No. My working environment and the faculty I work, 75% of students are female. So it's food technology, biotechnology. It's maybe even the opposite one, because I would also like to see the balanced, my problem in the future is how to, empower good male that will take care more about households, that will go in line with female, which I respect very much. And, we can talk a lot about what are really the specific characteristics where the balance between male and female will happen. And so maybe I'm the example, the good one, where in my environment the things are balanced.
I'm sure you're a good example, but if I may, I think you're
both
the role model, maybe. I think you're both. Well, when I'm listening to you, your both arguments go mainly in the same line, but expressed differently. Because what Alice is saying and what you're saying also is, we need systemic changes to actually let women do what they want to do to be present in the public sphere. To do that, we need to change the system and to actually, by that, involve more men in other duties. So I think you actually agree more than you think you do, because it's about letting women do what they want to do and involve men more in private sphere and in those things, issues, duties that they're not involved at the moment.
My friends, when the leading Polish journalist says from the audience that I disagree, there is a natural instinct rising in this panel that we should take the microphone and go to you and involve you to the discussion as well. So I will just do that. Maybe I will not destroy anything with the equipment. There you go. Renata Kim is being recognized. Please. Sir? I know. Thank you.
No, I just have two very, very small remarks on what you said, Maciej, because when you talked about mansplaining, I don't think you can really use it in a work situation because it's about sharing your knowledge and experience. Mansplaining is when you tell a woman or women how to live, what to think, what kind of thinking is right and what is not. So I would say that in an office or in a business, when
just an example, but
when
what about Lorena's example when she said we need more women in leadership positions, and then there are some gentlemen who want to encourage their female colleagues to become
if it's
leaders.
sincere,
Mansplaining
if
or
it's,
not?
if it comes from their hearts and they really want to support women, I would be very, very grateful. And there is no trace of mansplaining in such a situation. And that was one. And the other one was to Professor Kuchar, because when I thought of this one colleague of yours who is so burdened with all responsibilities, I was so sorry for him because
no. He enjoys very much.
it must cause resentment.
Yeah.
So I was very much with Lorena saying that I would rather seek like equality and encouraging by the law more duties for men and more make them understand what is women's life and what is women's fate when you have to choose whether you stay home and or go back home early or think about being promoted, proving that you work as hard as your male colleagues. So again,
I mean, we really live
fast comment.
Yeah.
And maybe one more question, if somebody is eager enough to then raise your hands.
Yeah. I mean,
Sir?
of course, we have very big gradation of the situations. I'm really, when I was preparing for this meeting, I was really thinking about the global issues. Yeah, and in Europe, in general, we really live in a beautiful world, and we are discussing about fine details, but still there are very big differences between the countries, and I'm really not feeling confident when we are talking that we have to put in the law such a fundamental things as the gender equality. And my environment and culture where I was raised is really not calling for the regulation for female equality. That's my, maybe I'm really the exception.
I was agreeing with you, but now I stopped, Alex, really,
Okay, so
really. No, I think like putting gender equality in regulation is the first crucial and essential step, and we can't go, forward without that. Even if the society looks great, but we have no society in the European Union which is in terms of gender equality is perfect or even approaching to the perfect. So I think there is a lot still to do, and it has been proven that there is no more effective measures than legal ones.
So then I will have the five colleagues and five female male.
No, not necessarily. No. It doesn't mean.
I need to intervene. Małgorzata is finishing, and then we have a question. Małgorzata, please.
No. I wouldn't understand it in such an easy measure that quotas and parity, and which also is very important. We're just saying that let's not believe that we have a society which is equal, because we don't have such at the moment. And we know that legal solutions are working. And that's it.
Last question.
Yeah, I will be very short because I was asked to. So next year, we are going to have a new commission and new parliament. And I know you disagree with legislation, but in one word, because we had very important legislation that was passed about gender equality, what are you most looking for this new Commission and Parliament to act on for more gender balance in the agri-food?
Great question. I will allow 2 sentences of answer, and then you will get your well-deserved applause. Alex.
So the question was pointed to me, yeah?
To all of you.
Huh?
Very briefly. 2 notes.
2 notes: how to increase the policy participation, or so we have the subsidy policies where, of course, we have to stimulate the gender balance, and there are already requirements to evaluate when the projects are applied, whether there's a gender balance policy, of course. And let's work for good proposals from the female part of the beautiful world. Yeah. So we are here, and EVA, let's say, the project EVA, program EVA, is definitely one of the best instruments.
In the new commission terms.
For sure, increase, improve, yeah, pull forward.
Please
yeah.
remember,
yeah.
kind decision makers.
This is one of the messages. Yeah, EVA is for sure one of the best instruments in this regard.
Yeah, so more female representation within policymakers and the European Commission team. And then I think gender conscious investors and investing. And that should be throughout all the EU funding. So give them points, give an advantage to people that are really presenting a mixed team looking at gender equality.
I would go further. So not only gender equality understood up to now in checking the teams, applying, but really checking whether the projects and actions that will be funded actually contribute to major gender equality, which is more complicated, but it can be applied, and I really hope for that.
I hope this discussion brought to you a little bit more of balance and harmony. Małgorzata, Lorena, Alex, big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we invite to the stage Renata Kim for your session.
This is going to be the third session of EVA Walk of Fame. And I am very, very honored to introduce to you three very brave and courageous and smart women. And the first one will be Dr. Anastasia Kritikou from Greece. Anastasia is a chemist and co-founder of the idea Trek for Value. Her research focuses on food, and she's using cutting-edge spectrometry techniques. And could you please give us the project description, Anastasia?
Of course. Thank you for your kind introduction. I'm very glad to be here today to discuss about all these challenges that we face as women in the agri-food sector. And I would like to thank the organizing committee of the AIT. And of course, I would like to thank for this great event. And of course, I would like to thank the Greek partners that supported us within the previous 6 months. And of course, for all the gain of knowledge regarding entrepreneurship pathways. So, as mentioned by Renata, I am co-founder of the spin-off company of Trek for Value, and I am a chemist and postdoctoral researcher at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. I will make an introduction regarding a major concern. Considering that I am from Greece, and we are living in a country that ranks 4th among the 5 countries in the European Union that strongly applied illegal practices as adulteration, it was very crucial to develop holistic workflows that can give answers to such demanding authenticity issues. In this framework, Trek for Value comes to fill the gap and meet the needs of the food industry by offering a digital solution that ensures authenticity and traceability throughout the food production line. Supporting different aspects which directly affect the environment, the economy, and the most important, consumer health, Trek for Value comes to integrate all the information that are necessary for the consumer to decide which product to buy. Specifically, Trek for Value combines all the information about nutritional value, safety, environmental fingerprint, and of course, authenticity of the product which are directly linked to the scores of NutriSafe and Green for Value, and these scores are easily accessible by the consumer through a scanning of a QR code. However, our aim is not only to support the consumer, but also to support the producers or the food industries by introducing a digital platform to the producers or the food industries to have the fully control of the product within the production line, verifying every step of the process. These services make Track for Value more than just another certification, because we finally create a digital product passport through a single digital marking, that it is easily accessible, as I said before, to the consumers. And of course, it is a unique service for the food industries to promote globally their products, and a powerful tool for the consumers to evaluate the quality characteristics. All these are possible thanks to our team, with founders me and Sofia Drakopoulou, as well as our professor, who is Nikolaos Thomaidis, and he was our mentor from the very first steps in our careers. Along with the Laboratory of Analytical Chemistry, joint forces, we count more than 10 years in offering services in the food industry regarding food authenticities testing, mainly individually. But now, with the Track for Value digital platform, we can create a real bridging link between research and food industries. And I would like to conclude with our vision, which is to keep our food values high. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anastasia.
Thank you.
And our next mentee is Yulia Yutovets from Ukraine. Yulia is the CEO of Green Farm that collects and further processes garden waste, including fallen leaves, with a little help of a Californian worm. The result is ecological fertilizer, biohumus. The floor is yours, Yulia.
Hello, my name is Yulia Yutovets, and I am from Ukraine. I'm sorry for my English. I am working on improving it. I am the winner of EVA this year. My business project is the Green Farm. It's a place where organic waste is guided and processed as California worms into biofertilizer called vermicompost. This service is a fertilizer for growing vegetables, fruits, berries, and decorative plants, restoring soil fertility. Despite the ongoing war in Ukraine for the past 2 years, I am explaining my project as the business in the country is developing. The issue of organic waste disposal is very relevant in our country, but there are very few enterprises providing such service. So I am growing my business in this direction. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the summit, and thank you for the program where I not only received financial support, but also had the chance to realize my dreams, the knowledge and support I gained from EVA. Sorry, thank you. Thank you.
Yulia, that was a wonderful speech.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And I would like to invite to the stage Ana Fernandes from Portugal, who is a chemistry researcher with a passion for food. Anna established, she created a startup, Agrenatus. Am I pronouncing it right?
you are
Agrenatus, which will allow to establish connection between food industry and promote the reuse of food waste. The floor is yours, Anna.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you, Renata, for your kind introduction. And as Renata has already told, I'm Ana Fernandes, and I am representing the Eva Mentis from Portugal. And as a mother of two girls, as a food chemistry scientist, and as an entrepreneur with a huge passion for sustainability and innovation, both my personal as my professional journey has led me to the intersection between science and environmental responsibility. So in the last years, I have been working throughout my research career in developing new strategies to upcycle agri-food residues, finding and working in new ways to reuse these residues, and finding new paths to recover compounds and valuable compounds from these same waste. However, despite my efforts, the scale of global food waste really emerged as a daunting challenge, and every year, several of tons of food residues still remains unvalorized. And this really led me to realize that my scientific work was just a mere drop in the vast ocean of food waste. And because of that, 3 colleagues that are here with me and we have decided to confront this challenge head-on. So we decided to create Agrenatus. So our mission at Agrenatus is very clear, is reducing food waste by helping companies to find convenient partners and to find valorization strategies for their residual resources, but in an efficient, in a cost-effective, and in a sustainable way. So let me explain you how Agrenatus operates. Renata, can you please take a look at these orange pills? What would you do with these orange pills?
Nothing. They're just garbage.
Oh, I think you're wrong. Because
well, prove me I'm wrong.
Okay, Renata, these orange pills still holds, or
I'm fine.
So these orange pills still holds valuable nutrients that we can recover and we can use to produce new food products. And they are also rich in fibers that can be used to produce sustainable fabrics. So this is just one orange pill. So if you imagine now this potential to the residues that are generated worldwide, it's unimaginable because the magnitude of these residues is staggering. But unfortunately, the majority of these residues are just thrown away and end up on landfills. Some other companies are trying to valorize these residues, but it's not an easy job. They need to find the right partner that can take care of these residues and transform them into valuable components. And they need the help to do that. And this is exactly where Agrenatus steps in. We provide the support that these companies need by creating a digital platform for circular economy and connecting in this platform those companies that produce food residues with other partners that can buy these residues and transform them into valuable components. And by adopting these strategies, Agrenatus is really helping to preserve essential planet resources such as water, energy, and land, but also reducing the climate impact that is associated to food production. So Renata, I think that they are not so unuseful, these orange pills, and you can make something new from this orange. So thank you all for your attention and for your time. Together, let's turn challenges into opportunities, and let's bring a more sustainable tomorrow with Agrenatus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You proved me wrong, Anna. And now I would like to invite to the stage Alexandra Bara from EIT Food Northeast, and then Inigo Rodia, Project Manager of EIT Food South. Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me well? Perfect, perfect.
Okay, so as it appears, those are the closing remarks of today's event. So what's always very important for me, and what I would like to highlight is just a simple thank you to all of you here in Vilnius, to all of you online that saw the event, that you are here still, that you heard all the panelists, all the speakers. Thank you for your time. Thank you that you joined, and I do hope that this meeting was an inspiration for you. Yesterday evening, I was actually thinking about this moment here, standing here, and I double-checked again today's theme of our event, and I asked myself what the balance is actually, and I still didn't know what today we are going to be talking about, what experts are going to share with us. So it was rather an everyday typical question. So as an every living person, I Googled balance. And so what is the balance? And I saw many of definitions, but only two of them caught my attention. The first one was by, as I remember correctly, the website vocabulary.com, maybe a simple dictionary, but it was said that the balance is the proper amount, not too little, not too much, of every quality that leads to harmony. And right now, I already know that that was a good definition because I heard harmony many times today. So that's one. That wasn't a mistake. And the second definition was by Harvard Health, totally different thing. But the Harvard Health explained the balance as the ability to differentiate your weight in this proper way so that you can stand or move without falling, or that you get up effectively. And that was the question also to myself. Is the balance proper in case of this event? And yes, and I remember your words, Christina, at the beginning, when you said that we don't know what kind of a crisis is going to appear. If it's going to be war, if it's going to be maybe next COVID, we still don't know. Those are the times that we need to be really, really flexible. And the agri-food system is extremely flexible. This is something, it changes sometimes every day. So balance is a harmony. Balance is the ability to recover and to stand together, thanks to a strong core. I do believe, and I do hope that you heard this core today, because the core is us, together, moving forward towards a better future of our food system. I strongly believe that EVA program can contribute to achieving this harmony, and inviting more women, more EVA mentees to the agri-food sector can make us stronger and more resilient for the future risks. EVA program in 2023 was implemented in 11 European countries in local languages, which means that next 110 women started and developed their business ideas with the IT food. Ladies, thank you.
So, it's okay, yeah. So thank you, Alexandra, completely on the same page, even if we have a few kilometers far away between your office and our office. So I just bring us thinking on how to close this huge event that is not just the event for us, because this really started a few months ago. So I just bring some take-home messages for you, for everybody. So the first one is to celebrate. So mentees, mentors, here we have today, we saw 11 mentees representing their own ecosystem, but they are not just the only mentees here. We have all the mentees from some countries that are also visiting us today here in Vilnius. So thank you for attending, celebrating for sure with the implementers. So for these organizations that support us, that give us support on each of the countries to develop this program on each of the local conditions. For sure, to the hubs. Because the hubs, so for today, for example, Christina, rest of the team from Agrifood Lithuania, thank you very much for for congratulations for this event, because we feel like at home, and for sure for the rest of the EIT colleagues. So they're not just the ones that are here, for the colleagues from South. So congratulations, because the implementation of the 2023 edition was amazing. Then other some messages. So to claim, so yeah, we celebrate. Okay, now it's time to become a little bit harder. To claim the diversity and the inclusion as a strength. I think through different panels, the information that Amparo shared with us, we already checked this information that Malgorzata mentioned about the parliamentary performance, that more diverse, more balanced teams becomes onto more sustainable strategies. So to claim that, to embrace the diverse perspective as a good practice to solve complex challenges that the one that we're facing with programs like EWA. Then for the mentees, the EWA 2023 edition ends today, but now it's another venture startup, since now you are the success story, you are the inspiring cases for future generations. And this match with the next take-home message, which is to continue collaborating. We heard it from yesterday that we have some workshop, internal workshop with people that has been involved with EWA, the contribution, to share the experience, the networking. Please continue through events like these ones or in any other event that make us to share some time, to share ideas, share experiences, to continue empowering women in agri-food. And just the last one, to be thankful. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for the organization, to everybody, and hope to see you soon in the next year Women in Agri-Food Summit. Thank you.
We also want to thank you. It was a wonderful day. It gave us lots of energy. I'm energized. I have to think about my balance after this spectacular fall, but I think with your help, I can get up.
Aren't you a Taekwondo master?
Yes.
All right, so it's not a problem for you, I think.
No, really,
Imagine
it was really good for me as a woman, as a journalist, to feel this kind of energy and to see and feel the energy of very, very, very brave women. And I think that's how you should all, especially the mentees, think of yourselves. You are brave and courageous and very, very, very smart women. And you show us the way, and you are changing the world. And we are not listening to mansplaining.
Certainly, I comply with everything that Ola, Tiago, and Renata have said just in the end, and I really enjoyed it as one of the participants, no doubt about it. Maybe one request for the end, a personal request, but I think you will like it, actually. And it's not in agenda, don't look at me like that. It's nothing harmful, you will like it. Listen, I know the Polish chapter quite well because Paulina Brymciuba, our boss, she organized as Startup Hub Poland, EVA in Poland last half a year. And we, of course, have been dealing with 10 excellent, outstanding leaders, female leaders in agri-food, and we liked it a lot. Mentors, experts, partners, good. But these 10 ladies haven't been the only one who applied to EVA. So you, winners, finalists, you who belong to the 10 of every country, actually you have a long shadow behind you. Other great girls who also want to participate in EVA, but it was not just enough for them to jump in. Maybe next year. So let's give them, as still we have internet connection, let's applaud them and wish them all the best for next year.
Women should help women, and that's what we are going to do. Thanks again, and there is still time for networking. We are inviting you for coffee.
For a glass of champagne and wine.
Wow!
Christina? No, thank you. Welcome to Vilnius again. Now it's a free time for champagne, for a glass of wine, for nice networking, and to try oyster bar. Please.
All right.
Thank you.